Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for us today to start the second day of our conference with a keynote address and a conversation, actually, that we will be having with the Minister of Energy and Environment, Mr. Thodoris Skylakakis. It is just a couple of words, a few words about the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics. Is an association which is established here since 2018 as a branch of the US International Association for Energy Economics. We are definitely promoting the synergies between the industry and the academia. So we have a lot of academics as well with us, and an academic session that is taking place immediately after our conversation with the minister. So it's a great honor for us to have the Minister of Energy opening the conference and having this discussion. The topic of energy transition is something that we have been addressing for the past 8 years. This is the 8th conference in a row that we are looking at it. And this is also showing a sign that energy transition is not something that can take place over an instant. It takes a long time. Energy is a very sensitive issue for a number of reasons, and these are the things that we will try to discuss with the minister today. So thank you all very much for coming here, and we can start our discussion immediately with the minister. Thank you. So, Minister, we have the energy crisis, bringing at the spotlight the topic of energy transition. And on top of that, energy security has been a major challenge for the European Union and, of course, for our country as well. So just to start with your introductory remarks, what are the main priorities and the main strategy of the ministry, especially following the revised version of the National Energy and Climate Plan that we are now discussing with Brussels, having always in mind a topic that we did mention in the first day of the conference, which is the climate crisis, given all the incidents that took place in Thessaly 2 weeks ago and also even yesterday in Volos?
Well, the climate crisis is, and you very rightly mentioned it, should be a part of any discussion, because our energy transition is also an issue of, or mainly an issue of investments, and the climate crisis, as it gallops, especially in the Mediterranean, but also in many other places of the world, puts pressure on financing the energy transition, because you have two things at a time that you must finance, and one of them needs certainly huge amounts of public money, which is the climate crisis, at least in countries where the adaptation to climate change is an absolute priority. Greece is such a country. And at the same time, you have to move fast because of the climate crisis towards the energy transition, with the knowledge that for at least 20, 30 years, what you do will not have significant immediate effect in terms of the actual climate crisis. It will take time to have an effect. So what you should do, you should be more efficient. This is my main message. You should be a lot more efficient on how you spend money. You must take decisions in an uncertain environment in terms of the technologies involved. What I have seen in the few months that I have responsibility for this ministry is that we have still a lot of competing technologies, especially, for example, in storage, which is a big part of our energy transition. And also, you should look into how the international energy markets work, because in the meanwhile, while you are doing the transition, international um, energy crisis can disrupt any effort, as we have seen last year. Now, Greece is our answer is moving faster. This is what we can do, because at the time, and it's going to get this is going to continue for the foreseeable future in my mind, the transition makes economic sense. It makes absolute economic sense, so you must move faster towards it. There is no other way that we can deal with this issue.
And Minister, everybody at every level, at national level or at EU level, is discussing about the energy trilemma, which effectively talking about the energy security issue, how to balance these three main issues, then the sustainability of the system, of our energy system, and of course its affordability. And this is my next question regarding effectively the cost to the society. We have seen after the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, an unprecedented increase of energy prices in general, which affected also our country, and the government responded with equally unprecedented measures of support to the bills. From your previous position in the Ministry of Finance, you know very well, the support that the government has given. How do you think that this will be addressed, or and if there is a structural need in the electricity market model for us moving forward?
The electricity market model didn't do very well during that crisis, and that is what we can call an understatement. But it's a very difficult issue to change such a model in the European context, because, as you know, Europe is like a very big ship. It takes time to change course, especially in issues where there are a lot of different interests and different structures. And the real issue for making decisions on the energy sector in Europe is that you have totally different, in terms of electricity, systems within Europe. You have a different structure in the Iberian Peninsula, different things in the Balkans. France and Germany go in different directions in terms of how they handle the issue of electricity. So you have different interests, and when you have different interests, it's very, very difficult to change the compromises that have been reached during a previous period. So to be realistic, I don't see big changes in that direction. And we have to live with what we have and adapt. And that's what our policy aims at. Because the energy crisis is still here if you look into the actual prices. We think that double the price of gas is normal, but it's double. It's not normal to have double the price of gas as we have today compared to the pre-crisis period. It's a new situation. And also, we think 4 times or 5 times the price of CO2 is normal, and maybe people were predicting it, but it totally changed the equation for a number of technologies. For example, in Greece, lignite is out and gone, and the big investments done by the previous administration someone will pay for it, as you know, when you do a wrong investment, because things change. And this underlines the huge responsibility of the energy policymakers, because we make decisions for things that will happen in decades, and we have no clue what will happen during that period. That's the reality. And if you are into the futures market, I would ask you to go back to the past and look into the futures market and the predictions of the international bodies making predictions in the last 10 years, the last 15 years, and you'll realize how difficult it is to make policy decisions at the time. And what you must do, I think, is at least be fast into your decision making and do the transition as fast as possible. Because in the end, one thing is certain. Today, renewables are cheaper, and they still have an innovation curve and an economies of scale curve that they can climb with positive results in terms of their costs. Thus, and in my mind, these are the only real things and real predictions that we can make.
Minister, you have a very right point there, that following also some of the discussions we had yesterday here with the industry, I'm confident that the industry can accelerate the energy transition. I mean, the market can adapt as long as you correctly said, there is fast reaction and adaptability on behalf of the policymaker, so that we can adjust into the time. So obviously, 10 years ago, not many would have predicted that there would be the Ukrainian war. However, we had some signs in the past as well that could indicate that this can happen, but we are not reacting properly a lot of times.
Well, in my mind, it's not the private sector that is the issue. Look at, for example, offshore wind. When you ask the experts how long does it take, they tell you, well, in a country it might take 10 years to go from scratch to the first farm that is not a pilot farm. It's operational and it comes from some kind of bid, for example. This is not, and most of that is legislative and bureaucratic. This is not the way to do the energy transition. 10 years are too long for an important new technology. This is one important, there are others as well. So what we must understand in Europe especially is that you can't have your cake and at the same time eat it. You have, if something is as important as the energy transition, both for climate crisis reasons and for absolute economic reasons, we have to move faster, and we have to look into solutions to move faster. And there's no way that you can have everything at the same time and pay nothing, because this is the big problem that we have sometimes in our country and in Europe. We believe that if we say nice words, things will happen. Well, let me give you some news. If we say nice words, we just are saying nice words. Things don't happen because we say nice words or because we have nice intentions.
So very right. You did mention the clean energy technologies like storage, offshore and onshore wind or PVs. But the energy transition is not only a matter of clean energy itself. You started your initial remarks by saying that it is the energy we do not consume that we should be worried about. And energy efficiency, of course, is very important. And we had a program like called Execonomo from the past, which has been quite successful over the years. And I would like to ask you, what is the strategy now of the ministry regarding energy efficiency measures?
I would say we must make it more efficient. That's my, so how can we make it more efficient? One way to make it more efficient is to look into the actual energy needs across the country. In Greece, that was a reform that I did when I was at Ministry of Finance. There are different energy needs, hugely different energy needs. So in places where people actually live, there is a place where we consume, for example, for heating, let's say 1 unit, and the needs are for 1 unit, and then there are places, the other extreme is for 16 units of energy within the same country. Now, this has not been incorporated enough in our existing program, and so we are going to make some changes towards that direction. And also, we should be more technology neutral, because there are new technologies coming in terms of energy efficiency, and we should incorporate them into our programs. So our programs should be more open to new technologies. These are the two changes that we'd like to make in our energy efficiency policy.
Do you look at any sectorial, maybe segmentation, like any special support for industries, for SMEs, for households? How would you like?
The more you go into sectorial, the less efficient economically you are. So we have to go into sectors, because sectors can, when they look at a program, they can focus. So for program management, it's easier to do sectorial. For economic efficiency, when you do sectors, you immediately lose some economic efficiency. So you must balance these two.
And last question, given the time limitation we have, we are talking about energy security and also the possibility of the country to produce even more green energy than what it can consume, which effectively unavoidably means possibly exporting to our neighboring countries and becoming an export hub as well of green energy in the future. How do you see that deploying?
Well, let's start by one fact. The European policy is based upon a common market. A common market is a common market when goods and services flow between countries. And in the classic economic model on which the EU is based, basic economic theory, there's no obstacles in the flow of goods and services between countries. That's the hypothesis. This is what we call in economics a heroic hypothesis in the electricity market. The electricity market is absolutely fragmented, at least in the periphery of Europe. So this is a malfunction of the European economic model in terms of the electricity market, and we must make any effort to try to resolve it. That's before we start talking about exports. We talk about exports when we talk outside Europe. But our issue is that within Europe, we don't have the electricity grid, especially the interconnections, especially if we talk in the southeastern part of Europe. for the market to function properly. So this is an absolute priority. I would consider it also a European priority because the good functioning of the European markets is the basis of the European Union. It started from there and cannot avoid that. And this is something that we're going to do and to promote. We are actually promoting it as a country because we are at the furthest away from the main market. The Iberian Peninsula is the other market that is further away. And also in terms of energy security, there is a lot of potential in Greece, especially in renewable energy, including offshore, which can help the energy security of Europe. Because what we have learned in the past couple of years is that in geopolitics, in today's world, nothing is for granted. I will give you an example. Suppose the US elections goes south. What will happen in our energy security? So these elections or some other, and in many other countries, there can be no elections and something can go south. So we need to put a lot more emphasis in our energy security as EU, as Europe, as a union, and we also need to take advantage of the resources, the renewable resources that we actually have, and Greece is a big part of that.
You're absolutely right. This means more investments in infrastructure that is going to be the backbone both on electricity and natural gas even today, because it is part of our energy mix in our system, and we need to diversify our sources, and this is key.
Yeah, but I would say electricity is an absolute priority because natural gas, we don't know how much we have or we will find in Europe, and it's a transitional gas anyhow, while electricity grids is something that is here to stay for the foreseeable future.
For a very long time. Yeah. Can we take advantage of the last 45 seconds that we have just to take one question maybe from the
Yes, of
excellent
course.
audience that we have here? Is there anybody who would like to ask a question to the minister, maybe? Just please speak up, or maybe I can give you the... Yes, I'll give you the microphone.
Nikos Damatis from the Hellenic Biomass Association, Eleaviom. Mr. Minister, how do you foresee the bioenergy sector in Greece, especially through the evolution of the forest biomass and how this can participate?
This is not a one-minute answer.
I know.
Because it's a whole new policy. We intend to do a big reform in terms of the forest management, the forest biomass. In Greece, we have 4.4 million hectares of forests. Out of them, half are not under management. And the big problem of our forest fires is that we have more dead biomass in our forests than proper forest management predicts, or we should have if we had proper forest management. And what we're going to do is we're going to subsidize the removal of forest biomass from the forests. And this is going to be, it's going to completely change the economies of our forests. Now, it will take some time to explain to you how this will be done. but we are going also to introduce the creation of carbon credits through that process. And it's going to be a totally new way of managing forests in Greece. It's not an easy reform because it's a total reform of a sector. Let's take it, and it's like someone taking the clothes and putting them inside out. Such a big reform. And this reform is absolutely crucial for our forests, but as a co-benefit, it will create a huge opportunity for a number of markets: the wood market, the biomass market in terms of biogas and biofuels, and other forestry goods, because our intention is to, let's say, well, maybe multiply by 10 within 5 to 7 years the people that actually work in the forests. That's how big the reform is in terms of its ambition.
Because Red 5 is not already included in our national law, but it is the roadmap that you will follow in order to have the success that we have already presented. And thank you very much for this, because we are once again front runners in this regard. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's something new for me to get congratulations, because in the previous ministry I always said no.
All right. Thank you very much, Minister, for this candid conversation and for going in depth in a number of matters in a very complex environment. And join me, please, all in thanking the Minister for his excellent discussion.
We'll continue with the next panel, the renewable energy infrastructure and market development. The keynote speaker, Mr. Dimitris Foularis, will not be able to join us due to some personal reasons, so I ask Mr. George Ioannou, Professor of Athens University of Economic and Business, to start the panel discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Papaefthimiou. I want to invite the other two speakers that are here, the other two panelists, Mr. Yannis Yarendis, who is the President and CEO of the RES and Guarantees of Origins Operator of Greece, the APEP. Sorry, three ones. Okay, Mr. Sotiris Kapellos, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Hellenic Renewables and member of the BOD of Hellenic Energy. And Mr. Vasilis Georgiou, who is the Managing Director of Protasis. And we have a very interesting topic to cover, the infrastructure and market development in renewable energy with several subtopics. But I think it's better that I sit down and I start the first introduction of the panelists, and I hope we'll have a very active and constructive discussions, I'm sure, because the panel has excellent participants. So, well, during the last years, we're living the revolution of renewables. 4 years ago, as mentioned yesterday by the Deputy Minister, we had about approximately 5.7 gigawatts in RES installed in our country. Today we have 11, and 16 are on the way. They're building now, and more than 30-something have approvals, and they're waiting to enter the game in this very interesting electricity-producing arena. So the world is changing. We heard from the minister the importance of the grid and the interconnections, the problems of the market, electricity market, not only in our country, but in Europe. So there are a lot of developments where the core is RES, renewable energy sources, the investments in these sources, the support of these sources, and the change in the mix by the introduction of batteries and other types of components. So let me start with Mr. Yarendis, the President and CEO of the RES and Guarantees of Origins operator of Greece, who is the key person in conveying to us what is really happening in the area of renewables, how this market evolves, because as the national representative of many of the producers, they know exactly what is going on in the market. So, Mr. Yarendis, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation and for this interesting forum. Indeed, renewables are in the center of the energy market, and not only. And I believe that this is the future for energy, not only in Greece, everywhere. So let's focus on what's going on in our country. The figures are known. We are now to 11 gigawatts installed power, installed capacity, and we are looking for the 2030 for 16 or more. Nobody knows. Depends on the grids, on the availability of the grids. I know that the two operators, ADME and the VA, are working very hard to extend the grid, and we all are waiting for this new situation, which is going to happen, should happen. Now, we have in our country, let me say, as a total 45 terawatt hours of energy consumption. And from these 45 terawatt hours, we have almost 25 as RES production. So we are in a very good shape, and we believe that this will be continued in the near future. The point which is very interesting is what's going on with the RES account. And I could say that this is what the market wants to know, and what they should wait in terms of financial of this RES account. We are now 4 months before year's end, and the projection we have, the studies which we do in the PEP, is that we will have a small deficit of just 20 millions. We consider that the two sub-accounts which were created about 1.5 years ago, it was, as the minister said, a malfunction of what was decided for us, because this is also the reality. We are looking at one cash flow. We are looking at one account. So new projects and old projects of RES for us is the same. So we insist of having connected again the two sub-accounts into one account, because for us it's actually one the same bank account. We are paying the same time old and new projects, so there is no reason to create two sub-accounts, because it's just a trick. And we have to avoid tricks in the market, because the market would like to see the situation as it is, very clearly and very stable. So having the two sub-accounts together as one summary, we have a small deficit of just 20 million, which will be very well corrected by a small increase of the income of the emissions from the account of emissions we receive every year. So this is what we would like to say about the interesting thing of the financial situation. In terms of the PEP, I would like to point out that we have created very solid and clear strategy plan for the next 4 years. The company is in a very good way in terms of changing everything, focus on operational excellence, focus on good financial health, and looking all the time to deliver the best services to our stakeholders. This has to do with the RES account. I would like to point out something about the Energy Transition Fund, what the people know as TEM, which is a new account, a new fund created 2 years ago, and the PEP is the operator of this fund. And looking what we gave 2 years ago, since today we are close to 9 billions, which were given to the society through the accounts of the suppliers. And this is the money we receive, we collect from the surplus of the RES, from just a small account from the public, from the state fund. And we are very close to continue this policy for the next year. And of course, we insist that the Energy Transition Fund should not be only to this part of the business, but also to continue and extend in other, I could say, activities for helping the way to the energy transition as an idea.
Well, Mr. Yerens, thank you very much for this introductory statement. You covered a lot of things related to the company, related to the accounts that it handles, related to some forms of vision about the future, but I will come back later with a question concerning prices. That will be very interesting to hear from your side as well. And now let's move on to Mr. Kapellos, the Chief Operating Officer of Hellenic Renewables and BOD member. Mr. Kapellos, you are part of a company that is going through through an interesting transition, moving from typical fossil fuels into renewables and getting a new name, a new direction, a new strategy. And how do you see it positioning in terms of the RES market? And also, what is the vision within the company concerning the expansion of renewable energy sources and also the integration of storage and into the energy mix, and how would this affect the future of your company, of the country?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the organizers for the invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, well, Hellenic Renewables has a vision 2025. And we have started to change from an energy company, from an oil company to an energy company. There are three pillars. One is expansion and being strong in the renewables market. The second thing is energy efficiency, and the third thing which will come as technology is improving, to go for green fuels. So right now, the most important decision and most of the investments go for renewables. We have a target of 1 gigawatt in installed and operational projects in the end of 2025. And currently, we have 355 megawatt of renewables in operation, and we have already secured the rest of the megawatt for the target of 2025, the 1 gigawatt. And the second stage of our development is to go for 2 gigawatt in 2030 of 2 gigawatt of renewables. We have recently announced a new acquisition of projects, 200 megawatt in Greece, EPV, and also 211 megawatt in Romania, and a few megawatt in Cyprus. So we are developing, also going outside Greece, in Romania and Cyprus, and maybe other Balkan countries, in order to meet the target that we have set. And also we have some projects of our own, and all of these are going to be in operation in 2025. Also, we have participated in the auction of the standalone batteries, and we have succeeded to win 100 megawatt. So this is where we head with respect to our strategy. And now let's go and see how we see the market and what are the prospects and also some challenges of the market. As it has already been mentioned, we have 11 gigawatt of photovoltaic renewables in operation right now, and more than 50% of the demand is being covered already by renewables. The target for 2030, as it has been set by the government, is 80% of the electricity production to be made as a source from renewables. Well, technically, this is a feasible target. On the other hand, there are some challenges. Let's mention why. For the first time in this year, we had curtailments of renewables production. We had curtailments in March and in April, and we expect to have also curtailments in this autumn. Usually, at that period of the time, the production of renewables is high, and the demand becomes low because we don't have. In summer, we have the air conditioning. We have a great consumption of because of the heating of the cooling of the buildings. But we don't have this consumption, and also tourism, which increases the consumption, but not in the intermediate periods like in spring and in autumn. So this is a challenge that was not foreseen in the past, or we could not foresee in the past. Initially, renewables were projects that we constructed them and plugged them into the grid, and they produced electricity, and they have been paid by either feed-in tariffs or feed-in premiums. But additionally, now we have one challenge, which is the market challenge. Now the projects have to go. There will be some auctions, but the market is heading towards PPAs and corporate PPAs and merchant markets. So this is a market risk. On the other hand, we have the risk of the curtailments, which was not foreseen. And we're not talking about this 5%, which has been incorporated in the legislation, that you have all projects that are going to be connected from 1 year and on ago and on, they will have a 5% a priori curtailment, but we're talking on top of this 5% curtailment, which is unforeseen. I mean, you cannot predict it because we don't know when the demand will be lower than the production. So this is another risk, and how this risk can be mitigated. It can be mitigated by storage. And in storage, I think there are more things to be done in terms of the regulatory framework. There was these auctions about standalone batteries, but they're not only standalone batteries, they're also in front of the meter, but we should incorporate batteries behind the meter along with the production of the renewables, because this is the way to render the production which is unpredicted in order to be, which is intermittent, to become predictable production. And this is for the good of the investor and also for the system and the environment. So this is one thing that it has to be we have to be more focused, and regulatory, this has to be more clarified how this market, the storage market, is going to be, is going to work in terms of especially the balancing. And the other issue is that we have to have a policy about compensating the curtailments that we will see more in the future, as we expect more renewables to become to be connected to the system. This year we expect another 2 gigawatt of PV and maybe 500 megawatt of wind.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kapellos. There are a lot of things going on with the company, very interesting developments, and you gave also an interesting snapshot of issues that create risks, but they are about to be mitigated through things that are happening right now. Now let's move on to Mr. Georgiou, who is the managing partner of Protasis, a company that specializes in areas of grid development in Greece, beyond, and integration of RES and etc. But I want to start with a question that emanates from what the minister said. He mentioned clearly that one of the bottlenecks is the grid, both at the level of the country and also at the level of interconnections. So I want to ask you the question of how do you see the evolution of power grids in Greece and also in our neighboring areas and countries, and basically try to give us a clue if we're going at the right pace or if there's something that we should do more and above.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all, and I would like to wish success to your Congress. Thank you, Mr. Ioannou, for the introduction. Indeed, Protasis is a
power systems engineering and consulting company. We are acting as a consulting company and as a system integrator specializing on electrical power systems, not only in Greece, but in more than 20 countries globally. We cover the complete range of power generation, transmission, distribution, industrial as well. We try to be diversified, but the last years we are facing a very big challenge to stay and remain diversified because we have a boom in the renewable energy sector. So the last 5 years we are working very closely with the rest sector stakeholders, the TSOs, the DNOs, the developers, the EPCs, and other significant stakeholders in this market. Now, coming back to your question concerning the integrity of the Hellenic, of the Greek grid in terms of incorporating the plant renewable energy capacity, I have to state from the beginning that, first of all, the 10 years development plan of Greece is one of the most ambitious plans among the HAEE countries. We have the last years very significant progress in reinforcing existing infrastructure in Greece. I'm talking about substations at all voltage levels. And of course, the Greek operator and the Greek ministry and Greece as a country is placing a lot of effort and attention in the international interconnections. As you know, in Greece, there is a very aggressive plan of interconnecting, first of all, the continental system with the Greek islands. I'm talking about the HVDC link with Crete. I'm talking about the link with the Kos Island, which is coming. And there is also a very significant interconnection plan between Greece and all the neighboring countries. So in the 10 years plan, we can see there that the Greek TSO is going to increase the capacity with all the neighboring countries. And not only with the neighboring countries, but we have some very interesting interconnection projects. And you have seen that we have the interconnection project with Cyprus and Israel, the known Eurasia project. There is an ambitious project to interconnect Greece with Egypt. There is another very ambitious project to interconnect Greece with Germany. And only yesterday, I think, we had an announcement for a common effort between the Greek TSO and the national grid of Saudi Arabia to start some common discussions and surveys and studies in order to examine the interconnection between Greece and Saudi. So we live in a very dynamic environment, and I believe that the Greek system, the Greek transmission system, the Greek distribution network has all the means, and there is also a very big determination to do whatever it has to be done in order to accommodate what the national plan for energy and for the environment has investigated for 2030. From our side, we try to do as a company what we have to do. We are assisting and we are providing all the necessary support to the stakeholders, including the necessary studies, the necessary systems. We are very glad that we are participating in some of the most important projects in Greece and abroad, but especially in Greece. And we look forward to go along with the stakeholders in this nice journey. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Georgiou. So now I will go in the second round in the reverse direction. So yes, you had some water because that's good, because I'm going to come back to you again. And I want, since we're talking about renewables, and since renewables include variability, and since we're moving to renewable energy sources that have higher variability, higher variance, and all these ups and downs, we've heard curtailing issues, etc., but that's not a big problem. I want to ask you how these high variable RES affect the stability, the security of the electricity network in general. And as long as we go towards the direction of a large number of RES included within the shares, the mix of electricity production, how does this affect this whole issue? And how do batteries and storage units affect and mitigate somehow this variability of RES?
That's right. I think that this is one of the areas that operators should stress emphasis. As you said before, as we move from the conventional generation to the renewable energy generation, many things are changing. In our world, one of the things which is changing is that as we move from conventional generation types to renewable energy sources, we have a deficit of the so-called rotating inertia. This has an impact in, first of all, in the frequency stability. Other drawbacks or other areas of concern, let's say, is that as we increase the RES integration in the grid, as we inject more current coming from the power coming from RES, we may have congestion management problems in specific areas, and this is something that should be addressed by the operators and the IPPs. And also talking about the grid, because this is my area of concern, you have also a new type, let's say, of stability problems which derive from the interaction of existing controllers, generator controllers, with new technologies, which is the HVDC and the power electronics. What is the way to cope with it? The way to cope with it is the installation and the examination of new technologies. And in Europe and in the developed countries, we have several new technologies which are developed and are implemented. I have to mention a few terms like the synthetic inertia technology or the synchronous condensers, which are applied in several countries, especially in Europe, US, Australia. And of course, from our point as a consulting company and as a system integrator, we give a very big emphasis on very detailed analysis and study. Studies like grid impact studies, compliance with the grid code, special measurements to verify and ascertain the compliance with the grid code, with the RFG, and of course, design of new systems, both at the substation level and the PV level, with powerful and very fast reacting controllers to control the operation and the integrity of the system.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Georgiou. And going back to Mr. Capellos now, you mentioned things about compensating curtailing, you mentioned the PPAs, you mentioned several other aspects that relate somehow RES with what is going on in the rest of within the grid and electricity production. I want to ask you about the role of storage and batteries in this whole picture, and if Hellenic Renewables is thinking about entering this field and doing projects in that particular area, because I believe, I always say it because I'm a professor of operations management, once we introduce batteries, we change the game. We're talking about inventory, and it's going to be another world. So,
yes, you asked Mr. Georgiou about how we can solve the variability issue of renewables. So the solution is storage. So we have production and we have demand. We have production and demand should be on par. I mean, they should be at all times on the same level. So, but this cannot be done if you have a source of production which is not controlled 100%. I mean, you cannot control when the sun is shining and when the wind is blowing. So the solution is batteries, or not only batteries, also hydro storage. Hydro storage is a higher power solution, and batteries is a short-term, very flexible way of regulating the system, infusing energy, high power energy at very short period of time, ramping ups which are very quick, and but batteries cannot be sources that they are like gas power plants that they can have a standard production. So we need gas power plants for a period of time till we need them right now, because when the renewables do not produce, we need something to substitute the production. Now, in terms of our plan, well, batteries will play a very significant role in the system, and the game is changing. As I have mentioned before, in the past we plugged the photovoltaics or wind to the system. They produce energy, and the sold energy produce money. This is not the case right now. I mean, we are in a market which is a competitive market, and you have to differentiate the energy which is produced. I mean, energy is a commodity, but if you sell it at different times within the day, you differentiate the product. So you need to have energy management. So you have to store energy and sell it when the prices are higher in the afternoon, and store the energy when the prices are lower, which is during the noon. So this is how the market is changing, and it becomes more sophisticated because you need teams and you need systems to do this thing. You have to control your plants at the same time. So it's not only bidding at the time that you expect that it will be more beneficial for you, but also to control at the same time the plants which are not here. Maybe they are 500 kilometers away. So the game is changing. It becomes very complex and very sophisticated. So this is a future, and that we will live in the next years.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kapellos. And finally, back to my friend, Mr. Giarendis. I had in mind to ask you about the special RES account as a last question, but you said everything at the beginning. So I will ask you something that is, for me, a very, very interesting observation. And the PEP is playing a big role in that. When RES represents a large proportion of production in the electricity mix, prices go down. When it's small, prices go up. This is a fact, and I want your comment on this, and also the plans of your company in handling all these base of producers that represent a large percentage of RES producers in Greece with so scarce resources. I know that your resources are not the ones required to run all this type of operation.
Thank you for this question. I would like to say much more on this. However, the counter is in red color. I will come back to your question. However, I would like to point out something which was mentioned a few minutes ago about PPAs. And I would like to clarify something. Actually, we have PPAs, and actually we have two kinds of PPAs. We have carbon PPAs, maybe it's a new term, and we have RES PPAs. And we have to clarify the meaning of this differentiation. Carbon PPA is conventional PPA, which a supplier, a producer, a power producer having an amount of power produced is selling to a supplier, like Nome, I could say. We have also the RES PPAs. RES PPAs is a contract which is between a RES producer and a supplier. Two different things. There is a confusion on this. And we have to clarify something which is according to the legislation and which is according to the reality. The RES PPAs should pass through the PEP. Is it clear to the market? Maybe not. However, I would like to emphasize RES PPAs should pass through the PEP. Otherwise, we'll have no GOs. Otherwise, will be no green PPA, no RES PPA. Because actually, who is giving the guarantee? Who is giving the stamp that a megawatt hour or whatever is a green one? The PEP. And this is the role of the PEP. So let me emphasize that we are talking about RES PPAs and all these should pass through the PEP. This is the point I would like to clarify. Now, concerning the prices, if we are looking at the prices throughout the hours per day, we could see that the time in which we have the biggest amount of power into the market, into the consumption, the rest production, the price of the market goes down. And this is very clear how the rest power affects to the price. So, because we all suffer about the high prices of the market. If we would like to reduce the price of the energy, we have to increase the rest percent in terms of energy in the country. And this is the one point. The second point is that we have to create a stable production, so we need batteries. So we need storage. And this is which something should be connected with the rest production. So rest production, wind, PV, all other technologies together with storage. Otherwise, we'll have all this up and down in the market, and we have this not good stability in the market price. And you asked me something more. It's okay. Something more.
About resources, but
About the resources.
just one sentence.
About the resources. Our company is having all this huge role to play. Maybe only few of you knows that we are just 23 people. 23 people. Handling, last year, 12.5 billion euros. And you have to consider what is the job, what is the work we are doing. Not only me, actually, the employees we have in this small company. Small company, maybe you used to remember Desmier or Laye. Now the PEP is a small company, and we need people in order to extend and make our job better and better. And having the last, which about 1 month ago, what happened with the resources in HAEE, it was a very good job. We are going to do the same thing in order to get the basics right.
Okay, thank you very much, Yannis. I would like to thank all three participants for their very acute presentations, comments, talks, and I want to say that we were very unfortunate not to have Mr. Furlaris that would have provided us the view of the regulator, and Mr. Zervos that would have given us the view of a European organization. But I think we conveyed a lot of messages, and we talked about several issues, and there may be some answers to questions that tantalize our policymakers. So I thank the organizers, and I thank you all very much for participating, for being here at this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. I would like to welcome the leader of our next panel, Mr. George Krimlis, former advisor to the Greek Prime Minister and honorary director of the EC, member of the board of the PLO. Please, George.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I would like to invite the members of the panel here present to join me, Kyria Sinovinou and Mr. Spiridakis. The two other members of the panel will be connected online. I'm George Krimlis, as presented by the President. I have the pleasure and the privilege to be the moderator of this panel of distinguished speakers on redefining the energy landscape towards a net zero era. A very important panel, as currently we are in the energy transition phase with a milestone by 2030 as regards the reduction by 55% of the greenhouse gas emissions. Another milestone which has been added by the Greek climate law, an ambitious piece of legislation to reduce by 80% by 2040. This is a milestone which is not foreseen by the EU legislation, the regulation on climate of the European Union, and ultimately the final net zero milestone by 2050. So the purpose of this panel is to see how this energy transition is developing, to what extent the targets are achievable, what can we do to boost the energy transition, and ultimately to reach the final goal, which is the goal of the carbon neutrality. So I would like, without ado, to say 2 words and then give the floor to the first speaker. From the Green Deal, we have moved to REPowerEU. The ambitious targets and the high level of ambition has been affected by the energy crisis, by the war, and in that respect, REPowerEU has been a tool to boost this transition, which has taken time to be developed as it was influenced by the energy crisis and the war, to be taken into, of course, to be taken into consideration. And then it is important to also highlight the dimension that I was discussing with the ambassador a while ago, of how through new technologies and innovation, we can boost the energy transition. And in that respect, we are lagging behind in the European Union. We start now discussing the critical raw materials, but bear in mind that in the United States, the IRA has been developed, which is a powerful financial and I would say incentives framework to boost innovation in the war, and I put this in inverted commas, with China. As China now holds all the technologies, not only in terms of critical raw materials, which are extremely important for renewable energy sources and storage in particular, but also as regards the quality of all the products and the devices which will boost the energy transition. Therefore, it is very important to see to what extent the Green Deal is still accurate. The Fit for 55 is more recent. REPowerEU, of course, is there. To what extent all these tools and the financial instruments which are there, recovery and resilience plan, and we all know that, unfortunately, because of the climate, the first Spiridakis, who is in charge of green and digital transition in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Greece, of course, in the head of the C2 Directorate for European Integration, Economic and Monetary Policy, Internal Market, and other policies, who will give us a short presentation. The idea is to have a first tour de table with short introductions, statements from the panelists between 5 and 7 minutes, and then I will have a question for all of you, and then depending on the time left, we can have a second round of questions. So the floor is yours, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you very much. I would like to welcome everyone here today. I'm actually the deputy director of the C2 Directorate. I have another ambassador on top of me, older. So just for the record. Now, this is a very interesting panel because this is a subject that is both short-term and long-term. The ultimate goal of the EU is to reach what we call the net zero decarbonization by 2050. There are some intermediate goals, of course, that you know from the 5 interlocking proposals that are currently being implemented, and they are mostly in the regulatory environment. So we have, as Mr. Kremlis mentioned, the European Green Deal, the Fit for 55, the Repower EU plan in order to reduce the dependency of the EU on fossil fuels coming from Russia, the EU Green Industrial Plan, and the set of reforms which were proposed by the European Commission for the redesign of the power market. And this is, and on this last item, I would just like to mention briefly that Greece has been a very positive actor in this grid redesigning. So the key objectives of, very briefly, of the EU to reach this net zero is reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, of course, increasing energy efficiency, promoting renewable energy sources, and enhancing energy security. And these objectives are important in order to combat the devastating effects that we have seen of climate change, and that will most likely continue, to create a sustainable energy system and to reduce the EU dependency on fossil fuels. So, in a nutshell, although the EU has been very active in the recent years and actually a leader in climate action and renewable energy deployment, with all these initiatives that I mentioned in the regulatory environment, it still lacks a long-term clean tech investment plan. This is the big issue. And I mean, it always goes back to the issue of money, yes? It's the investment dilemma. How do you mobilize public sources, financial resources through EU funds, but also how do you bring in also in the private sector, which has a lot of requirements and has to determine the level of risk for each investment. And these are this is very important for the EU to remain competitive, because as you know, we operate in a multipolar world. We have other countries that don't have all the limitations that are from the EU, whether financial or due to the fact that we are a union of different states. So in terms of coordination, it's more difficult. And we have the risks which are linked to the energy security, the so-called energy trilemma, energy security, sustainability, and affordability. You remember the energy crisis, the high energy prices, the risk of energy supply shortages, and the increasingly more frequent climate change emergencies. So there's also a very important a subject which is maybe not familiar to all of you, but it's what we call EU taxonomy. So it's the classification by the EU in the context of the Green Deal of all investments that are promoting actually the path towards the net zero area. So you need to have a close cooperation there between, for instance, transmission and distribution system operators, which are critical for energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Spiridakis, for this first introduction. Listening to you, I was thinking about how hydrogen, but I leave this for the discussion, can influence this transition, because we still need oil. Gas under the taxonomy has benefited from an extension as regards new gas power plants by 2035. Nuclear is considered to be a sustainable, I put this in inverted commas, source of energy. The penetration of renewables, of course, is extremely important, and we have a target of 80% in our country by 2030, and it is to be seen to what extent this can be achieved, as we do not still have the special energy plans which are needed both at national and local level. Therefore, the context is a moving context. in which we need to have more clear ideas. And moreover, there are emblematic projects which are being developed. For example, the Gregi project to bring green energy from Egypt, other important projects, Eurasia, the new discussion again on East Med with a view to developing this gas pipeline to a dual pipeline, bringing also hydrogen in the future. So a lot of interesting discussions. Without ado, I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Dimitris Tsitouridis, who is connected with us from Brussels. Welcome, Dimitri. Dimitri is a policy officer in DG Energy European Commission, and in his short statement, he will give us, let's say, the key elements of the developing energy policy at EU level in the light of the recent developments. Dimitri, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kremli. Good morning to everyone from Brussels. Many thanks to the organizers for the kind invitation to discuss about the energy landscape towards a net zero era. Let me first express my sympathy, of course, for the people affected by the terrible floods again yesterday in Volos. It's yet another very sad reminder that the climate crisis is already here. Now, I remember a year ago, in October 2022, I was participating in a conference, and I started my remarks by saying that 1 year ago, only a few would have believed the difficult situation we were in with respect to the energy sector following Ukraine's invasion by Russia. We could argue the same thing for today. Only a few could have believed a year ago that in 2023, the European Union would be in a much better place than last year. As you said, I will try to give a summarized overview of what the Commission has been doing recently and what are the next milestones to look forward to. So the Commission's top priority from the beginning of this mandate is the European Green Deal and its commitment to at least 55% greenhouse gas emissions reduction by 2030 and climate neutrality by 2050. This is our growth and competitiveness agenda, which has been significantly reinforced through the REPowerEU plan. To align EU laws with our 55% climate target by 2030, the Commission adopted 12 legislative proposals under the Fit for 55 package. This includes revision of the renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy performance in buildings directives. Ambitious targets have been agreed by the co-legislators for renewables, 42.5% of final energy consumption by 2030, and energy efficiency, energy reduction of 11.7% in 2030 compared to 2020. And it also includes, among others, the hydrogen and decarbonized gas markets package and the regulation to reduce methane emissions in the energy sector. So there can be no doubt that the EU responded immediately to the energy crisis, adopting, as you mentioned earlier, the REPowerEU plan in order to reduce urgently our dependence on Russian fossil fuels. The REPowerEU plan is not only our energy strategy, but it is also about our competitiveness and sovereignty. The plan is based on 3 pillars: focus on energy savings and efficiency, firstly; secondly, accelerate further the green transition and the rollout of renewable energy; and thirdly, ensure diversification of our energy supplies. Today, we can already see tangible results from our actions. First of all, as recalled by President von der Leyen in her State of the Energy of the Union speech 2 weeks ago, even though price volatility remains, the effectiveness of the measures taken are reflected on the energy prices. The price for gas in Europe was over 300 euros per megawatt hour 1 year ago. It is now around 35. To mention indicatively some additional good news, since May 2022, the gas demand reduction measures have been effective. There has been an 18% reduction between August and March 2023, equivalent to 53 BCM of gas. The prolongation of this temporary measure until March 2024, agreed by the Council earlier this year, is expected to save an additional 60 BCM in only 1 year. 2022 has seen a record of renewable energy deployment and generation in Europe. We have added around 55 gigawatts of new renewable energy to the grid, 16 gigawatts wind and 41 gigawatts solar. In 2022, wind and solar together generated 22% of EU's electricity, overtaking natural gas for the first time. In line with that trend, and as reported, the 10th of September 2023 was an important and symbolic day for the energy transition in Greece. Green electricity production increased to record levels, and for 10 consecutive hours, renewable energy sources covered up to 140% of demand, with a surplus channeled to exports, while lignite participation was zero. Now, regarding the diversification of our supplies, the EU has been successfully replacing Russian gas imports. Since last year, we have imported 61 BCM from Russia via pipelines, a drop of 55% compared to 2021. Russian share of EU gas imports fell from 50% in 2021 to just 8% in 2022, and Norway is now our main supplier through pipelines. Regarding LNG, we have imported 19 BCM from Russia, an increase of 40% compared to 2021, but this is a smaller increase than the rest of the world. Basically, the Russian LNG share has fallen from 20% to 16%, and the EU has become our main LNG supplier with 135 BCM in total. Without getting into technicalities, it is also worth mentioning here that mentioning the EU energy platform, an aggregate EU platform, which aim to replace Russian gas supply with two main pillars: a mechanism to aggregate demand and supply, and to coordinate a common outreach with gas suppliers at international level. On storage, the gas storage regulation helped us to reach last year 95% gas filling before the heating season, and we are better prepared to face this winter. By mid-September, our gas storage was already around 94% capacity, reaching our binding target 2 months ahead of schedule. Now, regarding EU funding, overall, around 300 billion euros of EU funding have been made available to support the achievement of the REPowerEU objectives, channeled primarily via the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Most of the member states, including Greece, have submitted the REPowerEU chapters in the context of their recovery and resilience plans, and negotiations are ongoing. For Greece, on top of the approximately 80 billion euros from the RRF, it will be receiving additionally around 800 million euros for its REPowerEU chapter. Allow me here a short parenthesis to mention another important tool that member states have at their disposal, the National Energy and Climate Plans, the NECPs. As you know, the NECPs are setting out the national strategies in view of the 2030 targets, and member states are now in the process of updating them. The majority of the countries have already submitted their updated NECPs, complying or almost complying with the 30th of June deadline, and Greece is one of the remaining member states that haven't submitted yet its NECP, and we look forward to receiving it as soon as possible. Now, what is next? As recently reaffirmed by the President von der Leyen, the energy transition is essential for Europe's future competitiveness. In February 2023, the Commission announced the Green Deal Industrial Plan, as mentioned earlier, to draw a clear strategy of the global competitiveness of our clean tech industry. It includes the Net Zero Industry Act to strengthen the EU's key technology industry and accommodate the Critical Raw Materials Act, supporting value chains required to achieve the energy transition and REPowerEU objectives. These tools will accelerate progress towards the EU's 2030 climate targets and the transition to climate neutrality, boosting in parallel the competitiveness of our industries, creating quality jobs and supporting our efforts to become more energy independent. As also announced by the President, we are now moving forward to propose a European wind power package to further accelerate renewable energy permits, improve energy auctions in member states, strengthen skills, access to finance and stable value chains, and support a series of green transition dialogues with industry. Finally, let me briefly mention our efforts also at the international level, where Europe is leading setting new agreements and targets. For the past weeks and months, we have been working towards an ambitious outcome at the upcoming COP28. Last April, President von der Leyen announced the EU would support global targets for renewable energy and energy efficiency. And in particular, we want to achieve the following: to triple the global renewable energy deployment rate by 2030 from 300 gigawatts to 1 terawatt, and ensure that the vast majority of the new total capacity added is renewable, meaning that fossil fuel capacity deployments are reduced in parallel. And secondly, a global commitment on energy efficiency to double the global energy efficiency improvement rate of this decade compared to the previous one. In conclusion, the last 18 months in Europe have been difficult, suffering a war of aggression on our continent and a global energy crisis. In this context, we have chosen to to increase our green ambition, diversify our energy imports, and accelerate the energy transition. Together with member states, citizens, and industry, we have achieved impressive results, and we must build on this dynamic to continue decarbonizing our economies quickly. However, there's still work to do, of course, but most importantly, it's time for implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tsitouridis, for this overview of the latest developments at EU level, in particular the initiatives on clean tech, on hydrogen. And in that respect, I would like also to ask where we are with the hydrogen bank, which was also an announcement. This is, let's say, an outstanding issue on which we need to see further what will be the further steps. I would like now to give the floor to the next speaker, Ms. Antigoni Sinodinou, Executive Director of Transformation in EIDAP, the Greek water company of Attica, the largest one, for a short, let's say, first statement on the nexus, an extremely important nexus, energy, water, water, energy. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. I am glad to be here with you in this interesting conversation. Actually, energy and net zero transition means a lot for water industry. It's not an ESG requirement, but also it's a strategy to reducing our OPEX, the cost we pay for the energy we consume. What I want to mention is that water supply and energy consumption are totally interrelated. I mean that we use energy in our operation, in all stages of our operation and in auxiliary processes. We use energy for the pumping station in the water supply network and sewage network, also for the process in water treatment units and water and sewage treatment plants. Also, we use energy for the buildings and the transportation. Generally speaking, for water companies, the energy cost is about 25% of the OPEX. You understand that after the energy crisis and the recent significant increase of the prices, of the tariffs in energy, we have almost double cost in our energy expenses, which reflects, of course, the financial reports. This is an issue not only, this is an issue, of course, for the water industry totally, I mean, all over the world, but here in Greece, of course, we have here in EIDAP a problem. It's a critical issue for our OPEX. Last year, we paid about 40 million euros for energy, which is double from what we paid 3 years before. And I think that I know that the problem is also significant for the other companies in Greece, for other utilities, smaller utilities in all over the country. Therefore, moving to net zero is equally important as a strategic ESG goal, because, okay, it's an environment prerequisite, but also it's a strategy for reducing the cost. Also, the society benefits from both higher quality and lower cost, of course, of water tariffs. And in EIDAP, we have a goal. We consider to provide low carbon, zero carbon footprint clean tap water within 10 years.
This is an extremely important and
Yes,
ambitious
it's an ambitious,
target.
yes.
We are all supporting it in the sense that this will be a major milestone in boosting the energy transition and reaching carbon neutrality.
It's ambitious, but I think it's achievable.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much. I
you.
see the time is flying, so I'm really grateful to you as you have made a very concise and accurate presentation. The last speaker is Mr. Apostolos Petropoulos, who is energy modeler of the International Energy Agency. You are most welcome. The floor is yours for a very short first statement. I see that 10 minutes are only left, and I would like us to have the possibility to have at least one question for each of you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. From Paris, many thanks also to organizers for the invitation. So I will start a little bit about talking on the global energy landscape and where we stand today. If we take a step back, we see that we are just going out from a big energy crisis. But today we have two main worrying signs. First of all, scientists are warning that 2023 maybe is the warmest year ever recorded. Also, CO2 emissions we see to grow. But on the other side, there is optimism in the table. We see a big growth on investments. Already previous speakers talk about how important it's investments. So today we have $1.8 trillion investments on clean energy technologies. This is a 40% increase compared to 2 years ago. On the other side, we have two main technologies that are going to contribute in order to achieve all the different carbon energy pledges across the globe, not only for the EU, but also US, China, and other developing countries. First, it is, of course, solar. We see cost competitiveness of solar. It's just convert this technology to become the new king on the power system. Second, it's EVs. If we look the current EV sales, we are heading up about 1 million electric car sales globally at a monthly level today, and this is what we had in 2017 on the whole year. So all these elements bring some optimism on the table, but in order to answer the key question, what is needed in order to reach the climate goals and to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, not only for the EU that we're focusing mainly today, but also on the global level, we need, first of all, to invest even more. By 2030, the goal is to reach around $5 trillion investments of clean energy technologies. This is 2.5 times increase compared to today's level. On top of that, this has to be translated to a big reduction of fossil fuel demands. Fossil fuel demands are translated directly to CO2 emissions, and we are heading for a decline about 25% versus to today's level. How this is going to happen? Investments and scale up of manufacturing capacity, plus policies in place. Already, before we talk about hydrogen, and we see a lot of progress is going to happen, but if we take on board all the different targets from manufacturers, we see that are heading around 50% compared to what is needed to be done for 2030. So once again, additional money are needed to be directed on this direction, plus policies to be in place in order to advocate more the penetration of renewables. And just a final point, we are moving from a system that it's heavily relied on fossil fuels to a system where the critical minerals would be the dominant demand there. Just today, we have our first ever critical mineral summit in our headquarters in Paris. We have over 400 participants, around 50 ministers are participating on the event, just to give you a sense about how important and how all the communities plus the governments have recognized about the role of critical minerals in order to supply this clean energy future. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Petropoulos. Let me start with the first question to you. Are you optimistic that the 2030 target, the 2040 for Greece, and ultimately the 2050 target of net zero are achievable. You have pointed out the lack of financial resources, something that the ambassador has also stressed. Can you, in 1 minute, I'm sorry for the scarcity of time, reply to this question? I mean, are you optimistic that at least within the EU, can we achieve the targets, the ambitious targets that we have set?
Thank you for that question. I think if we see what it has happened in the EU over the last 5 years, I will say there is a big penetration of renewables and electrification on transportation that takes in place. So from this aspect, optimism, it has to be there. So yes, I do believe that the targets are achievable. So it's still, we are narrowing the gap, but still the door is open to reach this target. But what we need to keep in mind is that, first of all, there is quite a long time on the legislation process. So it's a really particularity of the EU that it takes long time policies to be translated in law and then to start the action. And the second time is that the rollout of the infrastructure that is needed, there are high leading times. EU has already recognized that. For this reason, they have changed the regulation, for example, for the grids enhancement on this end. But once again, early action plus support from governments in order to direct and mobilize investments on these directions are key in order to catch up the goals. And on top of that, we need to keep in mind that we are in a game that there are also other countries in place. And if we want our industry to be advanced and really to move forward on this clean energy transition, we need to move fast.
Yes, indeed, we are not on our own. We also have the upcoming COP28, to which Mr. Tsitouridis has referred. And the reply to my question brings me to Mr. Tsitouridis, who has referred to the ESSEC, το Εθνικό Σχέδιο για την Ενέργεια και το Κλίμα, the National Plan for Energy and Climate. Currently, it is under public consultation with the view to be finalized and be communicated to the European Commission. I do believe that all these plans need to be updated to take on board the developments that have occurred both at the legislative level and more broadly. So would you like to react on this very briefly, and how would you see the new ESSEC, let's say, being up to date and able to meet the challenges and the targets as regards Greece? You have 59 seconds.
Sure. Thank you very much for your question. Absolutely. I mean, as mentioned in my remarks earlier, the NECPs are an essential tool that member states have at their disposal towards net zero. By the 30th of June 2023, member states were expected to submit the draft updated NECPs. The first ones were submitted in 2019. And these updated NECPs need to reflect the increased ambitions and the significantly changed circumstances in the energy sector following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Receiving the plans soon, the soonest possible, is essential because once the plans are submitted, the Commission will assess them individually and issue country-specific recommendations by the end of 2023. It will also assess whether the EU is collectively on track to meet the new 2030 climate and energy targets. The majority of the member states have submitted their updated NECPs on time or almost on time, but some still haven't, and this is the case of Greece. Once submitted, and once the Commission will make the recommendations, member states will then submit the final updated NECP by the 30th of June 2024, taking into account those recommendations. And we are still expecting the Greek plan in order to properly assess it. We have seen some documents. It's covered in the press, but we haven't seen it officially. And it goes without saying that the Commission is in close contact with all member states and with Greece all these past months to assist them in this process and ensure they comply with their legal and political commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tsitouridis. Ms. Synodinou, EDAP has a very ambitious agenda. We are also grateful to you as you have provided know-how and support in combating and adapting as regards to the floods, and your expertise and know-how is extremely important. Do you feel that the financial resources that the EDAP has, because the human resources are there and we acknowledge them, are sufficient? And how would you see this? Because it is true that because of the climate crisis, there will be a water scarcity in the future. And there will be desalination needs. And desalination requires energy. And it doesn't require hydrocarbons energy, it requires RES energy, green energy. So can you react on this? As you see, we are out of time, but you have 1 minute to shortly react on this, please.
Actually, of course, we are exploiting all available state grants and financial tools for to execute our program, our strategic program for the transition to net zero. Desalination, as you said before, is of course an option. But in Attica, here in Attica, we haven't yet, let's say, examined exactly the need for desalination, since we have the aqueduct from Mornos to Athens, which is sufficient for the moment. And as we can, according to the information we have, for the coming future, there is no, let's say, worry for water scarcity right now or for the coming years here in Attica. Although, of course, desalination and maybe other new technologies should be considered, and should be considered soon, because, as you said before, time is running and technology running faster than we can adapt it.
Thank you very much, and I wish to EDAP all the best. Ambassador, you are the last for, let's say, a final remark. Probably two elements. One, will the financing in Greece for the energy transition, because of all these new financial obligations as a result of the climate crisis, will be sufficient? And to what extent this needs to be updated also through the ESEC, and how, probably in the same reply, new technologies, not only at EU level, but also within Greece, can be developed. Let me say, for example, that the solar panels, to give you an example, of the first generation, have now reached the end of their life. So we need to introduce them in the circular economy. And I would like to say that without the emblematic model of the circular economy, we will never reach climate neutrality, because promoting RES, cutting the emissions is not enough. We need to change substantially our production and consumption patterns. So very shortly.
Yes, very shortly. What we need in Greece is a change of paradigm. We need to basically tackle all these problems in what we call a holistic approach, meaning that all the ministries have to meet regularly, because, for instance, energy is linked to transport, and it's also linked to energy, transport, and environment are three, if you want, ministries that are very closely linked together. So in order to tackle these issues, we need to change the paradigm. Clearly, the public sector is not ready to operate yet at this level. Another thing is energy diplomacy, very important. There, Greece has a lot of advantages and competitive advantages, because it has already some ongoing projects with some neighboring countries, especially in the area of electrical grids. For instance, I'm thinking about Egypt, the Gregi interconnector, but also there's another project on the table, which is called the Green Aegean, and it's about connecting Greece through with Central Europe through the electricity grids. This is something also Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis has been very vocal about the need for collective grid investments. So, of course, these are all very good, all these projects, but you need to have on board the private sector. But the private sector, as you know, operates also with the cost-benefit analysis. So this, I would say, for Greece, the first thing is like we need to create a sort of task force for this. And secondly, at the EU level, there is clearly a lack of governance, and we need to tackle this. The Commission has to deal with this because otherwise we need to see some countries, for instance, Germany, that has shifted now from the natural gas and is investing massively in hydrogen. So every country has a certain amount of fiscal depth. And Greece doesn't have the same amount of fiscal depth that Germany has, or France has, or even Spain has, which is very advanced in RES. So I think we need some, in order to avoid duplication or to create, let's say, cross-border investment projects to connect all the EU. We clearly need some better governance. And this leads me to the final about the Net Zero Industrial Act, which is supposed to be, you know, the very important, the latest one in the architecture of the EU. It also needs to be revised according to a lot of experts because there are certain areas that are need some more refining. And remember, we have, as Mr. Kremlis mentioned, we are dealing with China, which is already about to take 15% of the electrical vehicle markets because they have unlimited supply to critical raw materials. We have India also, which is going to become a major player. And of course, we have the United States, which have the Inflation Reduction Act. Basically, in a nutshell, we need a European Marshall Plan for the transition to the net zero era. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. There will be a Marshall Plan for the reconstruction of Ukraine. That will be the other channel, but it's not part of our panel. Just to conclude, before thanking the speakers, I would like to say we need circular economy and its full implementation within the EU and in Greece. We need to extend our grid. It's extremely important because if we bring green energy from Egypt and from Israel in the future, etc., we need to be able to benefit from a pan-European network and, of course, to develop our storage capacity. We need also to develop our gas storage. Currently, we are using Chirin in Bulgaria, and we need also to develop carbon capture storage. We had this possibility in Kavala. Why use the possibilities in Bulgaria for carbon capture storage? So there are a lot of challenges ahead, and of course we need to consider desalination for the islands. You are perfectly right. For Attica, we have, and also to see how we can exploit rainwater, because rainwater is flooding into the sea. It leads to erosion. There are techniques which one needs to consider, and I know that there are some ideas in EIDAP, because EIDAP is also a think tank, and we need to develop your expertise. So I would like to thank the four speakers. Unfortunately, the time was limited. It's not my mistake. The previous panel has taken more time. And I hope you will not blame me to announce that the coffee break will be only of 5 minutes. It is up to the organizers to see if gracefully they will give you 5 minutes more. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Να είστε καλά. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Να βγάλουμε μια family, να σας βάλουμε στη μέση. Θα τα ξαναπούμε σε ένα άλλο συνέδριο στα ελληνικά για να έχουμε. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και την ποιότητα.
Να είστε καλά, σας ευχαριστώ. Είστε στην
March Okay, welcome everyone. Today we're going to talk about a very important but much neglected topic, natural gas. And we have two very interesting presenters here. And I'll, do you want to get closer? We have Mr. Maras, who is the country representative for the Trans-Adriatic pipeline system. And Mr. Tarbanas, who's filling in for Mr. Stefanis. He is the management consultant for the Hellenic Hydrocarbon and Energy Resources Management Company. So most of the discussion over the last days or two, when I just came from, it's a lot about net zero, the energy transition. But today we're going to talk about a primary fuel that's an essential element of energy security. I'll just make a couple of remarks about the US experience. If you take a look at the United States, we have had a massive reduction in our carbon emissions. This has not come from the deployment of solar or wind. It's come almost entirely from the deployment of natural gas, which has been a competitive market alternative to coal. In fact, I'll tell you a quick story. During the Obama administration, the administration published something called the Clean Power Plan. And that plan was a very intricate plan to reduce carbon emissions by making various policy adjustments, which would increase the price of coal and other constraints on how coal-fired power plants operated. But when they did the research and the analysis they published for the Congress and everyone, they found that the base case was actually so effective that the net benefit of the Clean Power Plan was quite small. And they said, why is this happening? And it was happening because there was such a surge and large supply of low-cost gas in the United States that market forces alone were driving out coal use. This is kind of a fight we're having in the US a lot because there's a lot of environmental groups, people who worry about net zero, who say, well, you know, we keep developing all this gas, particularly these LNG exports, right? But you know, LNG exports are very lumpy. They're going to have to be amortized over 20 or 30 years. And I think it's a very short-sighted view to think you can leap to the fuels of the future or the energy system of the future without natural gas. And one of the other things is how do we think about energy security? Now, the US is now a net exporter of oil and gas. This is not the case for Greece, not the case for much of Europe, for almost all of Europe. But you think about as we enter the 50th anniversary of the Arab oil embargo, the energy security problem could actually be described as kind of a function of two or three features in the integrated world oil and gas market. One, a concentration of low-cost reserves in the Middle East, which means that production from this part of the region can be interrupted, imposing very large costs on major importing countries, or individual countries or individual producers can constrain output, get higher prices, and extract a lot of wealth. So we are not at net zero yet. We're not even well along the pathway. So gas is going to become a very important element and instrument and resource for the energy security of Southern Europe. So with that, I'd like to just make a couple of introductions here, and we're going to hear from, let's start first with Mr. Maris from the Trans-Adriatic pipeline system. We get a status report of where we are in the project, what kind of contribution it's making to Greece and Southern Europe, and what its sustainability is over time. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pugliaresi, and thank you all for coming. It's a very interesting forum. So, Trans-Adriatic Pipeline. A few words for those who are not familiar with. The TAP pipeline is a natural gas interconnector that had started its commercial operations in 2020, end of 2020. It constitutes the last section of the Southern Gas Corridor that is bringing natural gas from the vast oil resources of Shah Deniz number 2 from the Caspian Sea, the Azerbaijani region of the Caspian Sea, to Europe. The asset consists of 877 kilometers long pipeline connecting in Greece at Kipi Evros to the Trans-Anatolian Pipeline, TANAP, goes all through Greece to Albania, under the Adriatic Sea, and onshore to Italy when it connects to the Italian transmission system operator SNAM Rete Gas. In Greece, it connects with DESFA, the national TSO, at Nea Messimvria, where we have our exit point in Greece, the only exit point for the moment. An important milestone. Since October 2020, we are supplying Bulgaria with natural gas through our connection with the IGB, the interconnection Greece-Bulgaria. While the long-term capacity as it stands now is 10 BCM per year, the asset can be expanded to 20 BCM. So this is the maximum technical capacity that it can reach. TAP last January has triggered the first level of expansion, adding 1.2 BCM per year. After the first phase of the 2021 market test. So in total, TAP will be able to deliver from 26 onwards 11.2 BCM per year to Europe. Since the start of our commercial operations, and this refers to the energy security of Europe, we have delivered over 27.5 billion cubic meters of Caspian natural gas to Europe. Since February 2022, when the Ukrainian crisis started, TAP has been invited to support the energy security system of Europe by increasing the short-term capacity, so maximizing the parameters to the pipeline so that it can deliver short-term capacity to the maximum. This has been led to full capacity utilization to support exactly the crisis, the energy crisis in Europe. Last but not least, TAP contributes to Greece's new role as an energy hub in Southeastern Europe, especially in the light of the vertical corridor, which, if completed, will enable the bidirectional flows, gas flows between Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, and Hungary. And was delighted to hear yesterday in this forum the intervention of the ambassador, the US ambassador to Greece, mentioning exactly this vision for Greece's energy role in the future. And with this, I conclude the first remarks. Thank you.
Let me ask a couple questions. First, how is the gas price? Is it priced off of a European market, TFF, or are there long-term contracts or some variation of both?
Yes, as regards TAP, TAP has a tariff system. So tariffs are transparent, are let's say published in our website. We have long-term capacity and we have short-term capacity offered. The long-term capacity is 95% booked for 25 years by the initial shippers. So what we can offer to the market is the short-term capacity. This is 5% of the 10 BCM per year that we are offering and actually maximizing during the crisis.
And I presume it's very competitive with LNG.
It is competitive, but for commercial reasons, I prefer not to comment here.
And another question is that within the, at least the Southern European community on a political level, people, the policymakers have been very favorable towards this project, I understand. So you see continued support, at least political and investment support.
I see in Greece, I can talk about Greece more specifically, I don't see the reluctance we see in other countries regarding natural gas. Greek politicians and Greek audience, I would say, are more favorable to gas now because Greece was heavily reliant on fossil fuels, on lignite. Western Macedonia is a source of a rich source of lignite. We're trying to transition from that. So gas is considered a very friendly, environmentally friendly fuel now in Greece. So there is no opposition to this kind of projects. Of course, in Greece, we're talking about pipelines. We're not talking about production at this moment, but we will hear later about production. So as far as pipelines are concerned, we don't see any opposition to pipelines being around, let's say, Greek territory and creating a hub for energy transportation.
Great, thanks so much. Let's move on now to Ethemios, who is with the Hellenic Hydrocarbon Energy Resources Management Company. And before I get started, one of the things I'm very interested in is there is a lot of potential for more gas development in the East Med, not just offshore Greece, but generally in the East Med. And if you think from an energy security point of view, that the development of those resources represents an important component of long-term energy security, particularly for Southern Europe. And I wonder if you have any, first we'd like to learn a little bit about what you guys think about the potential is for more development, what kinds of constraints and opportunities are out there, and how should we think about the future of these resources?
For me, yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak and to the audience here and online. Yes, I think East Med right now is a very promising area. It has a unique advantage. It is situated very close to Europe, that needs a lot of energy. And I think that natural gas in particular can actually play even a very strong role as a unifying element between for the relations of these countries. Let's say we have the East Med gas forum right now with Israel, Egypt, Greece, Cyprus, and so forth, and other countries participating or observing. And I think there is a lot of potential for development. There are still some problems, and that's why some of the fields that have been discovered have not been yet developed. But I think there's a constant effort to overcome these issues. And the more fields are developed, hopefully also in Greece in the near future, we hope, then the more it will contribute to actually accelerating these development plans. Because I think all these areas, they feed off one another. Discoveries, let's say, in Egypt can be very beneficial to the future development of potential discoveries in Greece, or what's happening in Israel and Cyprus. Of course, it is related in terms of the development.
So do you think that with the Cypriots, that there is a deal there? I mean, I suspect we came close a few years ago to working things out with the Turks, but is there some potential for getting a resolution and getting the development to proceed?
Okay, this is a very complex issue that goes far beyond energy, of course, and I cannot speak on behalf of our Cypriot friends and so forth. I'm just saying that quite often, like we saw in the case of Lebanon and Israel, opportunities for cooperation in the fields of energy and economy can help improve also relations and overcome geopolitical issues. It's by no means enough, but it's definitely a factor that can help in that direction.
Do you have a perspective on how we should think about natural gas within the policies and the strategies for the energy transition?
Absolutely. Actually, we think that natural gas is a necessary element of the energy transition. And here I would like to point out that transition is a key word. It's not a switch from one energy system to a different one. And it has been widely accepted that basically natural gas is the bridge fuel to this energy transition. Actually, I was reading recently the 2023 World Energy Report that basically states that 82% of the world's primary energy needs are still covered by fossil fuels. And natural gas is definitely the cleanest of all these fuels. And it's something that will stay with us for the next 2-3 decades at least. And I think it's very, very important to do everything we can to develop these resources in order to have a stable energy system, to have security of supply, to basically balance the issues that we have with pricing. And of course, it will help fund a smooth energy transition. So revenues that can come from this type of sources, but also the side, let's say, industries that can be developed in terms of supply chain and ports and so forth, can help other industries related to energy, let's say offshore wind and so forth.
So, and if you go offshore for Greek waters, which are very prospective, how does the government treat development? Is it an auction system? Is it with a bonus bid, a production sharing agreement? How does someone compete for the development of those resources?
Yeah, so we have had the licensing rounds in the past, so several licensing rounds, and now currently we have 5 active offshore blocks where in exploration stage, and they are basically lease agreements. So initially, when they were given to the lessees, they had to pay a signature bonus, and they pay, of course, surface fees every single year. And then once they hopefully start production, let's say in the future, if we have discoveries, then there will be, of course, a percentage of the revenue to the royalties, basically, to the state, plus tax revenue. There is a specific tax revenue, both for the state and for the regional governments.
So these revenues go into the general fund for just supporting the Greek national.
Correct. Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, another issue is on the transition. I'm quite familiar with. We have a lot of active research and deployment of new hydrogen technologies, and I'm sort of interested in how Transadriatic is looking at how hydrogen might fit in, what you see the timeline for its use, and what kinds of programs you guys have underway.
Yes, thank you. Before answering this question, I would like to reiterate what has been said before. I believe that there is no lack of consensus that natural gas will play a key role in the energy transition generally. It's the energy trilemma. As we said, natural gas presents a very convincing answer to this energy trilemma as it stands now. With the technologies that we're having now, natural gas is the solution, especially in areas of Southeastern Europe, where these areas have been very heavy fossil fuel dependent. I'm going to give an example. Electricity generation, gas-fired plants can cover the intermittent renewable power, but at the same time, carbon capture can help to reduce emission and to have a zero impact on the carbon footprint. So natural gas is there and will be there. I think the distinction between molecules and electrons, we need to have both. Molecules will play a significant role in the transition, especially in the hard-to-abate industries. You cannot use electricity in steel, in shipping, for example. We are talking about decarbonization of shipping. We'll use molecules for that. Green gases, yes, but molecules still. As regards, and this relates to the hydrogen molecule, the EU has heavily supported the transition to a hydrogen economy. Of course, the economy is not there. We're trying. EU is trying. I know that there are auctions in November regarding the first, let's say, set of production, pilot production of hydrogen in Europe. We're going to see how that goes, but there are no regulations at the moment. There is no a wider hydrogen economy, and of course, the value chain of, for example, pipeline gas needs to be, of course, decarbonized. So what TAP is doing, apart from contributing to the energy transition through initiatives such as energy efficiency or electrification of the compressor stations and the compressor units, TAP is investigating the possibility to transport hydrogen in the future as a blend with natural gas. TAP's primary purpose was to transport the gas from the Caspian Sea, so natural gas, to secure Europe and to provide an alternative route for gas. At the same time, in the future, and combined with expansion, we are investigating and we're conducting laboratory studies to see the resilience, to investigate, assess the resilience of the pipeline to transport hydrogen. Hydrogen has specific physical properties, chemical properties that create issues to existing pipelines if the pipeline is not 100% hydrogen ready, and TAP is not. I think all pipelines, new pipelines, are constructed to be hydrogen ready. I know DESFA is building these pipelines. However, TAP is not. We need 2 years, more than 2 years, to evaluate and assess the results of the lab experiments, and then we will be able to say at which percentage of volume of hydrogen can be transported in our pipeline. Now, the big question is there hydrogen to transport? We hope that it will be. It will contribute. It is maybe it is the solution of the future, but we're not quite there yet.
So the other question I have is, if you think about energy security, one aspect of it is to have some redundancy in the system, some system diversity, not just fuels, but transportation. And so I'd be curious on your perspective on how Trans-Adriatic Pipeline contributes to the stability of the European pipeline network. I mean, what happens now? I mean, now that this system is in place, we must have some better redundancy for Southern Europe in the distribution of gas, and if there are disruptions for any reason. I'd be curious how you guys look at that.
Yes, for example, most of the natural gas is delivered to Italy. So for sure, Italy now has diversified its sources of supply. I'm not talking about Greece because it's clear Greece has diversified because of DESFA, Revithousa, etc. Its sources of supply. It has the FSRU, the new FSRU that will start very soon in Alexandroupolis. We are delivering to Bulgaria. I think 1/3 of the Bulgaria exports are related to TAP's exports. Of course, this IGB will be connected also to DESFA and the new FSRU of Alexandroupolis. So being there as TAP, for sure, it creates not only let's say, a pragmatic contribution to energy security, but also a psychological one. Because I said the short-term auctions that through TAP can provide new deliveries on demand of additional gas, marginal on the one hand, but in case of expansion, this will be very significant.
That's very interesting. One thing I'd like to point out is that there's actually a chart on our website. People don't realize the importance of gas to food production. If we try to feed the world just on non-fossil fuel fertilizer, we would only have enough fertilizer to support about 3 billion people on the planet on a mixed plant diet, not any meat. So we actually need, I don't think a lot of us understand all the petrochemical, fertilizer, important uses of natural gas. And it's important to have a realistic and pragmatic view of how we develop, treat, and support these fuels over time. I'd like to get back to this offshore development and gas development in the East Med. Is there, if we were to ask you guys sort of to say, okay, what should the governments be doing? Is there something different they should be doing to provide a long-term, stable investment for more gas development in the East Med? I think actually this is a security issue even many defense planners in the US would be interested in hearing about.
Yes, true. I think the governments have done quite a bit, at least recently, let's say. With recent events, a lot of countries have realized the need for natural gas and for energy security. The proof is, again, as I said, that there are these transnational fora, like EastMed, Gas Forum, and so forth. Specifically for Greece, but for any country, actually, I think that it is very important to have a clear message in terms of for the investors for what they can expect when they come and they plan long-term investment. And I think we do have this here in Greece, and we are very happy for it at HAEE. And I think that's why our investors have actually answered this, and they have actually committed and done the work, and that's why we have had a big acceleration in our exploration program. I mean, basically, in a bit over a year, we had 7 seismic surveys. We have practically finished with the offshore seismic surveys in the active exploration blocks. And we had 150% increase in the minimum expenditure that was required by the investors. So we are very happy. And I think they see the potential, of course, because when you're investing, you do it when you see there is potential, but also when you realize that there is an environment that is positive for your investment, and there is basically.
So I also presume that these offshore gas fields require a lot of upfront money, a lot of upfront capital.
Absolutely.
So what kind of life or timeline do you, when you develop a project, you say, look, this project's got to be, we have a 20-year timeline, a 30-year time. What sort of things are the
Yes.
investors looking for?
Exactly. This is the timeline that we're talking about. So they do need the possibility to see in the future that these investments will still be supported, correct? So you start with some exploration work where your chances of finding something are actually quite low. And there are more chances than otherwise that you will put a lot of money that you will never get back. Besides all the desktop studies and so forth, just doing seismic surveys is tens of millions. And then when we're looking at offshore drilling in deep water, like in Greece, you might be looking close to 100 million for one well. Let's say maybe not quite, but in that order, tens of millions. So we're talking about a lot of money. And then, of course, once you hopefully make a discovery, then you will need more wells in order to delimitate it, and then you need a lot of money in order to develop the field. So this is a big investment, and until you are sure that you have an economic deposit, you might end up with nothing. I mean, if you have 15% chance of success or 20%, it's already considered a good percentage in this business. So it's a very capital-heavy industry.
So I presume one advice we would give the governments who are holding these assets is we want a stable, understandable fiscal regime, and we want to have some
Correct.
expectation that will stay in place for a long time.
Correct. Yes, this is correct. Yeah.
Okay. So this is
And we do have it in Greece because the lease agreements are laws that have been passed through the Greek parliament. So every lease agreement is a law from the
very
parliament. Yeah.
So we're down to our last 5 minutes or so. I'd like to open it up to the audience for questions. I think what's very interesting to me about this whole discussion is that you might say gas is back, but I don't think it ever went away. And but I think it's getting more. It's important that it starts to get a high level attention and political support. That's not the case everywhere in Europe. I can tell you, even the U.S., we still have concerns that we're producing too much gas or exporting too much gas, but we know that we have the reserves. We have massive reserves in the U.S., and these reserves can produce large supplies of gas, not just for the Western Hemisphere, but for world LNG markets for the next 30, 40 years. So with that, how about we open it up to if there are any questions from the audience? Okay, so in the last, I guess what I'd like to do is we have about a few minutes left. If either one of you would like to make some concluding remarks on maybe advice to the audience or even to your governments on what we should be doing going forward, I'd like to hear that.
Well, advice I wouldn't say, but as a concluding remark, I think it has become clear that when we plan correctly and we have the right strategy, we reap the benefits in the long term. And this is a case of the Trans-Adriatic pipeline, in the sense that some people envisioned this pipeline as an alternative route for natural gas, and the time came when it was necessary for Europe, the stability of the energy system. So what's next for TAP is capacity expansion. We are looking forward to it. We have a market test, 2021 market test, because capacity expansion is triggered through market tests, so there is no government intervention or other parameters. I would say it's purely commercial. It's purely demand and supply. So we have a market test running, 2021 market test, the second phase of which will be launched very soon. And I believe that in the first Q of 24, we will have some results. We will see if there will be another capacity expansion that will provide some more BCMs to Europe. If not, we will have another window, the market will have another window of opportunity end of Q2, where again there will be open the 2023 binding phase of our market test, where we will again require shippers to provide the capacities, request for capacities. So if this will be successful, we will have a pipeline of almost 20 BCM per year providing energy to Europe, with the benefits that are all very now known to every expert in the field. Thank you.
It's very interesting. Etienne, do you have some final comments?
Yes, a couple of things. In terms of our progress, as I said, we're very happy. 2024 will be a critical year. We are expecting quite a few decisions about the drilling decisions. And we hope that by 2025, we'll have the first offshore drilling in Greece. So this is something to look forward to. And then I would like to reiterate that basically natural gas is not contrary to the transition. And the proof is actually that we at HAEREM, we are working on various areas that are covering all this, the transition and the gas. For example, CO2 storage, basically CCS in general. We're responsible for that, and we are already working on maturing the first storage site in Greece, in Prinos, which is a almost depleted oil field, the only one producing in Greece right now. And of course, there is offshore wind. We're responsible for the national plan for offshore wind, basically defining the areas where this will be developed. And this is another big project, let's say, important for the energy landscape in Greece, because it requires a lot of work, again, a lot of investment, and a lot of other industries related to that, supply chain, ports, and infrastructure, and so forth. And we need to work in parallel on all this. It is very important for us and for the region in general.
So I'd like to thank both of you. It was just a very interesting discussion. I learned a lot, and that's important. And so with that, I think we'll adjourn this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think that some people are in a hurry for the next panel. But excuse me, we'll take a couple of minutes just for the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics Annual Award. And this year it will be awarded to Dr. Panagiotis Gramelis for his outstanding contribution to scientific research, especially in Greek coal regions in transition, mainly in the northern Greek Macedonia. Okay, so just one paragraph. I think Panagiotis will say more about what he's done all these years and his role, especially in this very tough region for us, a region that has suffered a lot during the last years, the last maybe decade, and more recent, a lot of people have been in unemployment, and the future seems very, very, very tough for them because of the bad word of coal. We tend to forget, on the other hand, that coal has really fueled us. I'm talking about Greece for decades now. Okay, we're in transition, but we need to keep that in mind. Anyway, Mr. Gramelis is the Director of Research at the Chemical Process and Energy Resources Institute. The scope of his research is the exploitation of solid fuels, biomass, waste, and coal, with emphasis on the thermochemical conversion technologies. He is experienced and involved in numerous EU and national funded and industry-oriented, mostly industry-oriented projects, with an extensive knowledge of the Southeast European market. Since May 2011, Dr. Gramelis is head of the Laboratory of Alternative Fuels and Technologies and guides a team of highly skilled researchers. He has been in the steering committee member of the biomass panel in RHC ETP, responsible for industrial boilers and district heating, national expert for the standardization of solid biofuels and member of DHC, district heating and cooling platform. He's a member of the editorial board of IGR and IGGW and the scientific committees of international conferences, a lot of international conferences. He's co-author of more than 350 papers in scientific journals, international conferences, workshops, and books, with almost 3,000 citations and H index of 30, according to Scopus. I would like to stress again his focus on the north part of our country and part that is extremely sensitive. So, for his outstanding contribution, we are really privileged to have with us Her Excellency, the Ambassador of France to the Hellenic Republic, Ms. Lauren Sauer, which I have to invite on the floor with also Professor Gramelis.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers, actually after 4 opening days of presence in Greece officially as a French ambassador, I'm very proud to be with you, and I would like to thank dearly the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics because as an organizer to such an important topic at the French Institute, it's a double privilege for me. Professor Gramelis, it's also a very large privilege to be here at this moment when you receive this award. And I would like to stress how crucial is the topic of energy transition. Of course, in your sector, coal, but in Europe as a whole. It's at the crossroads of many strategic changes in the EU. And let me, of course, after 1 day and a half of seminar, not give you lessons about what you know better than me, just to tell you that for a long time, energy was dedicated to markets, dedicated to specialist agency. But for the last 2 years, we as diplomats became involved in many topics dealing by energy, because otherwise would not able to take the strategic into account the strategic changes that the energy sector was facing. Of course, at the European Union level, we have this plan, the Fit for 55, which is environmental. And it started with an environmental objective. And today, the Greek government has an environmental objective as well to tackle climate change and all what we suffered all the summer. But it was also one of the big topic of what we call the resilience plan, Europe being able quickly to give an answer after COVID for the economies to change. And 1/3, I would say, of resilient plans was tackling with climate change and energy transformation. It's also, I must say, before you, private sector, a large sector of opportunity. And for France, we are very proud that ACUO, and that's maybe why I'm here, because when I met the head of ACUO, Eric Scotto, he told me, you have to go to this seminar. And I promised. And I try to be working on the different topics. And I see how much for Greece it is a sector of opportunity. Energy solutions, of course, change rapidly, but also change with obstacles. And this is the interest of such a seminar, to handle one by one the economic problems of it, the industrial problems of the energy transformation. It's not only industry, it's the society, what we call in the last 2 years, the resilience of our societies as well. I was much involved in my previous posts into energy through the crisis that we faced with the Ukraine and the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. And of course, it started with huge electricity through oil and gas increase in the European market. But it also made for us a new obligation to handle that to the level of our populations. It's not only that we had to discuss about what was the planet or the European economy was facing, it was also a question of our citizens. So everything in this sector is important. What we do with agriculture, what we do with, of course, the markets, but also the storage. And I was even discussing this morning with the Minister of Transport of how the new trains and new infrastructure were dealing with the energy problem. So to tell you at last how honored I am, Professor, to be with you today, giving you this award, and I hope very much that we will continue, because on the private-public sector, the energy transformation will be at the heart of my mandate. We see Greece as a major player at the regional level because of the transport issues, because of the infrastructure issues, as I mentioned, but also because we need in the Oriental Mediterranean an active player in this sector, facing all the tensions and the threats we have. Because also we feel that when we are now discussing the electricity market or the gas market, we can introduce much more of renewable energies project in the EU funds, and that we can, between France and Greece, be a major cooperation actors together, hand by hand, in this sector. So thank you so much for hosting me. I'm not sure I have to call you professor, because it's for me so new that I have to give an award in this sector that I don't know if I'm correcting mentioning you, but as a whole, I'm very, very happy to be the one giving you this award. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame l'Ambassador. So this is the French words I could spell for today. Thank you very much for this honor. Spiros already gave a lot of description about my activity. I didn't know that I do all this, but it was very, very detailed description of my activities. Well, dear Ms. Ambassador, dear guests, dear organizers, it is my great honor that I received this award and for the contribution in the core regions, especially the Greek core regions, which is to say Western Macedonia, Megalopoli, and the Greek islands. It is true that conducting research and promoting the results in the society and the enterprises is not easy at all, especially when referring to the Greek regional area. I remember that almost 15 years ago, I was invited in the regional council where we discussed this exactly was the subject of the meeting, how funding could assist academia and research at that time. The result was quite disappointing because the reply from the regional council was the decision was negative, and at that time there was no funding for the local university and the Department of Search in West Macedonia. Today, 15 years later, we have some serious amount of funding from the national funds, the structural funds, coming from people's money, that they fund activities of the local university and the local Department of Search in Ptolemaida. And it is fully understood and considered that academia and research can be a driving force for the region's development. On top of the activities mentioned by Spiros, my biggest achievement I consider to be the development and application of Hydrogen Innovation Hub project. This is a 20 million euro project in which France, you are forerunners in the business for hydrogen, among others. But this is the flagship research project for hydrogen, where we want to demonstrate the whole value chain for hydrogen, and then we want to assist the entrepreneurship to encourage people to invest in the area, because as Mrs. Duku, the minister, mentioned yesterday, storage will be a major issue, and storage and hydrogen could be used as an energy carrier. So we have this 20 million euro project funded by the Ministry of Development, now Ministry of Economics. It is Mr. Papathanasis that he inspired this project, and this is funded by the Greek Just Transition Fund, targeting, as I said, to develop hydrogen applications, and we envisage to be the first in Greece and the first in the Southeast European region. The one you mentioned, how important will be the role for Greece in the energy. So we just want to add our contribution in the specific project, and to deal not only with the technologies but also with the reskilling and upskilling of the persons, so to educate people, especially scientific and technical human potential, in order to meet the corresponding needs of industry and apprenticeship in the region and the wider geographical area. We think that this is a paradigm of what a research center can achieve and what we are willing to do in the future to contribute towards a new economic model, because as correctly you mentioned, it's not only the energy transition, it's not just a transition from one source to another, but it's a transition of an area, and social issues count a lot. We certainly cannot forget our past, as correctly mentioned by Spiros, and how fossil fuels contributed to the development of ex-mining areas in the country, but we are now facing the challenge of climate change that imposes more than ever to apply cleaner methods for generation and environment management. To this end, we believe that this infrastructure and the necessary adaptations to the legislative framework related to new and more advanced applications have to proceed fast and to confront difficulties arising from the Greek bureaucracy and the time-consuming procedures. With that saying, I would like to thank also my family for standing by me in all these difficult times, to my research group in Ptolemais and in Athens. And I have also my predecessor will be also one of the speakers in the next forum, Mr. Kakaras, who was the one that was doing this business in the past. But I consider CERT, our research center, as a family that hosts and promotes our activity. And we think that our activity in this specific area is very important now, not only for the needs for energy transition, but also for the new jobs and social cohesion. We totally agree social issue is a big concern for us. Thank you very much. Once again, merci beaucoup, madame.
I think now it's time for the next panel. So, Thierry, please, you can come and call your speakers.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. And I'd like my set of extremely bright speakers to come here. So, Samia, Mariahita, Naji, Panos, they are all very experienced leaders in so they are all experienced leaders in the energy field. So we've listened to policy, so now let's move to doing stuff. I'd like to start with a very short introduction. In less than 3 years, we've seen Gazprom not refilling its EU storage in summer 2021, a war in Ukraine, like the ambassador stated, started by Russia in February 2022, sabotage of Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipes in September 2022. None of those would have been forecasted, even by the better or the best analysts. At the same time, policymakers needed to adjust by implementing new rules. Some are very smart. I mean, we've seen the EU storage rule, which I commend the EU for doing this, and we've seen that we are now above the 90% storage filling at the European level. Others aren't so smart, but I'll keep it later. I'd like to, on a personal note, to say that it's very interesting to see that Greece, that has a conservative re-elected government, was the first country, Madame Ambassadrice, you mentioned it, that put on the table electricity market redesign. And I commend Greece for this, because unless I have missed something, no other country in Europe has put a bright market mechanism for electricity. And by the way, I think as the French, the market mechanism for electricity that the Greek provided to the European Commission is very good for the French also. So there could be links there. I call this, and maybe you won't like my political incorrectness, conservative petroleum blue government. The next conservative petroleum blue government, not like mine, that became more pragmatic was the UK. Very recently, the UK, and I quote the Prime Minister last week, he wanted to ease the burden on working people with a new approach to net zero that is pragmatic, proportionate, and realistic. It's important to understand also that I see in the press the UK being some finger pointing at the UK, that if you do the math, we all talked about CO2 reduction, best in class was the UK, out of the EU 28. Full stop. You like it or not, best in class was the UK. Today, interestingly enough, CO2 emission in the UK are half the price as the EU. So is this going to mitigate the inflation at the UK level? Perhaps. Let me venture one more comment. I've heard very often in Brussels that the war in Ukraine could fast-track the net zero. Yes, words. At the end of the day, Is this going to be the case? Maybe not. Maybe not when governments have to put 800 billion subsidies to people, to help people to pay their bill, because they won't have any money left. I mean, we still have some subsidies on energy, but we also have to pay for war in Ukraine. So to discuss the reality, and I really stress the reality, I have here 4 leaders from the industry that are working. Samia, you're working for Sonatrach, you're the director of the gas marketing division. Maria Rita, you're the CEO of DESFA. Naji, you're the CEO of Petrolab and the senior advisor to the Global Gas Center. And Panos Mitros, you're the Global Gas Segment Director at Lloyds, which is a very important element because at the end of the day, transport is also very important in this quest for net zero. And the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to split my session in 3. I'm going to ask each of them 3 questions. One is, what changed in the short to medium-term plan since 2021? And again, in the industry, it's decades. So what happened? I mean, those 3 changes, what made it change? What do they had to adapt? And they adapted quite well because we haven't seen blackouts. The second is, what did this 2022 change happened in your 2035 plans? And the third question, for only 2 of them, will be the decarbonization long term, because some are coming from the producing side and they are not so much, that's not so much the focus. So let's start straight away. Maria Rita, you are the local. Thank you for, we've had the pleasure to visit your regas terminal that, again, saved Europe. And so my question to you is, what did those massive changes entail in the short term for your business? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Terry. And thank you for the organizer. I'm always very glad to be back in this, let's say, symposium, where a very interesting debate every year takes place. So what has been happening in the short term, I think this is in front of everybody. In the course of 2022, we had, let's say, almost overnight, I have to say, in the end of April, turn our system, our natural gas infrastructure system, from a pure or essentially largely an import infrastructure to a transit infrastructure. And this has been dramatically necessary the moment in which Bulgaria stopped receiving gas from Russia. Of course, this was not something that we were not, let's say, maybe not for this reason, but preparing our system to the possibility of working reverse flow south to north, or in general creating flexibility in the system is something that has been going on since years in Greece with, let's say, of course, first of all, the interconnection with the TAP. That means, of course, important diversification of supply sources. But already a few years ago, the first physical reverse flow toward Bulgaria took place. Of course, this has been a big operational burden, but this has more strategically affected the way at which we look at our infrastructure. Because, let's say, since then, by capacity auction, by our market test that we have run recently in the first part of this year, we are receiving more and more requests for capacity bookings that are intended not for the domestic market, but predominantly for transit flows. And these, of course, will be increased even more at the beginning of next year with the interconnection with the new regasification terminal of Alexandroupolis. So the natural gas grid of Greece, its infrastructures that were built fundamentally at the beginning of the century to import gas from Russia are becoming a key import corridor for LNG to receive, to deliver this quantity of gas to the broader region. This is not without difficulties. Difficulties that are on a different level. The first are the fact that we have to rush in a very intense investment plan to make it possible. We do have bottlenecks, and we're working hard to remove these bottlenecks with many investment, which a very pragmatic and government have facilitated their approval process. There's been very fast track approval process in the course of last year of new investment. And so the challenge, of course, is to deploy these significant capital commitments. The second is that we are not alone in the sense that, of course, we need to coordinate all along the routes, because it's not enough to deliver the gas at the border, where we are going to increase 4 times our export capacity, but this gas needed to be able to flow through Bulgaria, Romania, to Hungary, to Moldova, to Ukraine, Serbia, of course, and this requires a huge coordination with our neighboring countries and TSO, and we are working hard with this vertical corridor working group to make it possible. And last but not least is the challenge that comes with the need of doing all this in the context of the energy transition. We are not making this investment 40 years ago, when the prospects for natural gas were very long term. We are doing them in the second part, largely of 2020, where, let's say, with the efforts toward decarbonization, we have big and legitimate question marks about what will be the use long term of these assets. And therefore the need, but we will discuss about long term, of make them able to, let's say, facilitate the energy transition and answer security of supply needs today, resilience needs today, but energy transition in the not far away future.
Thank you. Thank you, Marietta. Thank you, Marietta. And thanks for all those countries up north that you've helped. And again, perhaps also here, the European Commission, with its program of common interest, had foreseen and had interconnected those countries. I'd like to move to a producing country now. So let me move to Samia. Samia, you've seen loads of European leaders and president, prime minister, commissioner flying into your country in 2022, begging you for more gas. So what did it change? And I will dare one forecast, because I do forecast sometimes stuff. In 2023, I think your company, Sonatrach, in terms of pipeline gas, will be the biggest exporter of pipeline gas into Europe, above Gazprom. That was the case prior to 2022. So Samia, you have 14 minutes to tell us how did you accommodate all our leaders' requests. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Terry. Good morning, everyone. I would like first to thank you for hosting us today and giving us the opportunity to speak about Sonatrach first, and also to share some thought and ideas that Sonatrach has. What happened to our business during the last few years. So yeah, indeed, 2022 was a very busy year for Sonatrach. It's not a secret that we have received a lot of representatives from European governments, from European institutions, from European companies that comes to Algeria to ask about the capacity of Sonatrach to deliver more gas beyond what is already committed under a long-term contract, whether it's pipeline gas or LNG deliveries. Since many years now, we have covered somehow part of the security of the supply of the European market, but we got this request to add some additional volumes during 2022. Not only from what we call our traditional customers, those who are very well-known, big companies, etc. We are linked to them with very long-term contracts, but we also received requests, and still up to now, we still have some requested from new customers, new companies that I would say dare to contact Sonatrach to ask for some additional volumes. What happens in our business during 2022? We did some huge efforts for a company as ours in a very short period of time. So we managed to make available additional volumes by enhancing on a very fast track our production in some identified fields. We invest a lot for that. We put in place some operational tools to help our upstream transportations and also our people from liquefaction facilities to handle this issue. And in 2022, we managed to put over 10 BCM additional production, which represent in export, if we talk about pipelines, like 4 BCM additional volumes that were supplied to European market on a spot basis. 2022 was a milestone years for Sonatrach because it was the first year where we managed to sell on a spot basis volumes through the pipelines. We do have spot volumes for LNG. We know how to do this, but for the pipelines, that was the first time. So this was the response of Sonatrach regarding the main request we got from some companies. We are still committed under the long-term contract with our partners in the European market, and we try also to keep up our effort to develop more our production. To maybe give the chance to those who don't know Sonatrach yet to access to some volumes. For those who doesn't know Sonatrach, we have two main pipelines. One pipeline that goes to Spain with a capacity of 10 BCM. Another pipeline who goes directly to Italy with a capacity of around 32, 33 BCM. But those capacities are not infinitely extendable. That means that we will cover a part of the request and the needs that are today in the European market, but we will only cover part of it. And the aim of Sonatrach, that is well known, is to remain among those who were big players for many years again. You said that you are betting on our exports this year. I don't know the rank of Sonatrach by the end of the year, frankly speaking. I know that we used to be the third exporter to Europe, but the year is not finished yet. We still have some weeks and months to cover. We will see. We will see the figures, and we will do our maths as well at the end of this year. But we will continue to fulfill our commitment, and the vision of Sonatrach of the European market is not limited to 2023, but rather to the medium and the long term. That means that we will continue making efforts to develop our production. That means that we will invest. That means that also we need maybe to have also a kind of security regarding this investment that will be put in place. We are giving very important consideration to security of supply. But as an exporter, a producer, and also an investor, we need also to have a kind of guaranteed demand on a mid and long-term basis, not only to cover a short period of time. This is very important for a producer as Sonatrach. Our business is highly capital incentives, so we need also to have a return on our investment.
Thank you very much. I've learned something. I've learned you were selling some spot with the pipe, which what Gazprom used to do many years ago. I'd like to quote Commission President Ursula von der Leyen before giving you the floor, Naji. I think she stated in June in 2022 in Cairo, after she had signed a memorandum of understanding with Egypt and Israel, I see the energy supplies were mostly traditional in the north part, now are shifting toward the global south and east, exactly what you stated, Maria Rita. So, Naji, you have a much wider area, all the rest around the Mediterranean. So please let us know what the changes in 2021 to 2023 happened, made in your region.
Thank you again. Thank you, Thierry. Thanks for the Hellenic Association and for the GGC Global Gas Center for inviting me again to come to this lovely city and to speak to you today. I'll speak, as you said, I will speak about a wide region, but I will focus on maybe in the first part, at least, on the existing producing countries, which are Egypt and Israel. Okay, in the second part, I will talk about Cyprus, Lebanon, my country, and a little bit of the Gaza Strip or the Palestinian territories. Maybe I will start with Egypt. Egypt has always tried to build itself as a gas hub for the East Mediterranean. And Egypt, in Egypt, the most major international oil companies are working since ages. They have a very well petroleum industry, well established, and it is really well placed to play a role of regional gas hub. It has also 2 operating LNG export terminals on the Mediterranean Sea, a pipe link to Israel, which was used first to supply Egyptian gas to Israel before moving to the opposite side and be supplied, or Egyptian to be supplied by Israeli gas through this pipeline. We have another pipeline from Egypt going to the East Mediterranean countries called the Arab Gas Pipeline, going to Aqaba, Jordan, from Jordan to Syria, with a branch line to Lebanon, with a plan. It used to be a plan, because now all these projects are really in freezing. A plan to link with the Turkish network. And also Egypt is very important for gas because it is controlling the vital Suez Canal, and thereby imposing taxes on the LNG carriers, it can also control in a way or another the flow of LNG from the east to west to the west to west, or vice versa. However, despite years of petroleum experience and gas discoveries, Egypt's gas output is beginning to weaken again. I must say that all these infrastructures that we talked about, the LNG terminals, the pipeline, and so on, were built at a period when Egypt really thought that they have enough gas to be supplied for all these export outlets. And unfortunately, at that time, the ministry, the energy ministry or petroleum ministry officials, they mix between the reserves between the P1 and the P2, and they really calculate everything they have as proven recoverable reserves. And unfortunately, at that time as well, domestic consumption was increasing dramatically because gas was subsidized. Then at that time, Egypt was exporting gas, domestic consumption was increasing, and suddenly they discovered that they don't have enough gas to supply everybody. Then they stopped, and unfortunately now the LNG terminals at the Mediterranean coast are used to export Israeli gas in a way or another. Egypt is only able to supply its domestic market, a little bit of gas for the Arab neighbors through the Arab gas pipeline, and import gas from Israel through the pipeline which was built originally to supply Israel with Egyptian gas. Anyway, after this introduction, and with this declining output and rising consumption again and again, we have to remember that Cairo in the Mediterranean is the largest populated country. They reached 105 million inhabitants, and this growth in population needs plenty of energy, and this is enormous. And when we know that every transport means in Cairo itself is gas fueled, we know that the Egyptians have problem to supply all gas to these consumption outlets. Anyway, facing these problems, LNG export from Egypt dropped to zero in June this year after reaching a 12 years high in 2022. For so many reasons, because Israel stopped for some time to supply gas to Egypt. That's why LNG from Egypt went to zero. But things can really change dramatically there, especially that the Egyptians are doing everything possible in order to keep the LNG business working, because it is for them a money cash income, and they are convincing, or they convinced the Israeli to keep supplying gas to let the LNG terminals working again and again, together with some American pressure. And now it seems Israel committed to supply more and more gas and to double the LNG exports from Egypt by 2027. Enough now for Egypt going to Israel. Israel is really lucky to find so much gas offshore. They started exporting gas through to Egypt, as we said. They have also a small pipeline going to Jordan. This is nobody is talking about because the Jordanians are very sensitive about this. And they are considering other gas export options, including floating LNG terminals on the Mediterranean coast. Although Tel Aviv is really concerned about the potential security risks of mooring such vessel in its water. Also, a pipeline, another pipeline from Israel, this time from Leviathan field to Egypt, is being considered to the Egyptian LNG terminals, but the companies involved in Leviathan insisted that the gas to be channeled through this pipeline to go for the LNG and to be exported and not to go to the domestic market of Egypt itself. Also, we had we heard talks about a pipeline between Israel and Turkey, and this has been remerged very lately. But I believe such a pipeline could be really a geopolitical nightmare, as it would depend on the bumpy relationship between Tel Aviv and Ankara. We know every day they change their mood. And this pipeline needs anyway to pass through the Cypriot waters. And this have been blocked by the Turkish Cypriot long-standing tensions. With this, I really stopped, and I will continue with Cyprus and Lebanon later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naji. So let me now turn to Panos. You're the master of the sea. We started with Greece. We finished with Greece. And I'd like to add to what I stated about the EU ETS. The Commission has taken new views regarding the maritime. And so I suppose this is going to impact massively your sector. The floor is yours, Panos.
Thank you, Thierry, and thanking the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics and Global Gas Center for this opportunity. I will come to the EU ETS, which is, I would say, the latest headache that we have. But before coming to that, and since the initial question was what happened since the last major geopolitical developments, let me just mention that the crisis we are currently going through has not started with the geopolitical outbreak of Ukraine. We have consistently underinvested in energy infrastructure for years now. And from a shipping, maritime perspective, I would say this is definitely proven to be the case. So at the time where we needed to replace pipelined gas, we found ourselves in a position where we didn't have enough ships to make this happen. During the last decade, we were building 30 to 40 ships. That was the annual average. Last year, we ordered 126 LNG carriers, almost 4 times what we used to order a few years ago. This year, I believe we will reach a number exceeding 100 units, probably close to the number that we saw last year. If not within the year, by the beginning of January, beginning of 2024, we will have a new number of 120 ships. Despite that, we still see, from an LNG value chain perspective, we are irrelevant to the size of the global energy market. So last year, we saw a global use of 8 billion tons of coal, 3 billion tons used in China only. The increase in coal use due to the crisis and the inflation on energy prices was 5%, which means approximately 400 million tons of coal were just the increase of the coal use. 400 million tons is the global LNG trade as we speak. So LNG in terms of mass, okay, not calorific value, not energy, but in terms of mass, represents only the annual increase in the use of coal. Why am I saying this? Because we still have a problem. We are still underinvesting in our energy infrastructure and energy assets. And this will continue to be the case with the new value chains of, let's say, greener solutions, greener, cleaner fuels and commodities. So coming to the latest development of Fit for 55 and EU ETS and Fuel EU, the truth is that this is a regional measure. This is an EU measure. And based on what we see, this will increase the cost of transportation. In some segments, not the gas segment, but this could be also the case for energy commodities, we may see even ships and transportation routes diverting to new hubs in Northern Africa, for example, or ports outside Europe. It may not sound so positive for Greece, but a ship transporting gas to a Turkish terminal for export to the European system will save approximately, we have estimated, something between 400,000, 500,000 euro per trip, per port of call, instead of unloading the same amount of gas in an EU terminal. So we could even see some competitive advantage unfolding for terminals outside Europe. I can assure you that in the container ship world, for example, Northern Africa ports now seem much more appealing than EU Mediterranean ports. So we need to be cautious on how we apply those measures. And I think the only way forward would have been for a global application of such measures under the umbrella of the IMO, a global ETS, a global carbon pricing that will apply to all ships and ports. Otherwise, we will see this probably arbitrage effect to save money from exporting or importing energy commodities in Europe. So I hope this covers your last part of the question, but I would like to stress again, we need to sit down and think what is the investment we're undertaking on energy assets. This includes ships and shipping. We are not ready yet for the transition. We are not going to the right direction based on the numbers and the figures we see today.
Thank you, Panos. So if I summarize a bit, some hope. I mean, this industry has been resilient, but big question about 2035, which is a nice intro into my next session. So I'd like to go back to you, Samia, 2035. I mean, this is normally the decade. I mean, we are thinking about decades. You stated you wanted some visibility. You stated you wanted increase visibility in gas demand. You stated also, if I remember correctly, that the pipes were nearly full, or could, while though your LNG plant, I've checked it before, was not, I mean, they operated at a lower load factor, but it makes sense because it's cheaper to produce and to ship gas to Europe via pipe. And so my question to you is, if we look longer term, what have changed in the last 2 years? So once you've seen all this flurry of political person, you had to sit down, you had to design billions or dollars or euros of investment. Where are you today?
Thank you. maybe before answering this question, I would like to introduce some concepts that are leading the LNG business in Algeria. That will give maybe a wider picture of this part of the business and explain also and maybe give a response also regarding the load factors that you mentioned. It's first of all, it's important to mention that Sonatrach has a considerable capacity of LNG, which is considered as flexibility tool for Sonatrach. It's very important to understand this. So we have 4 main LNG terminals, 3 in the western part of the country, 1 in the eastern part of the country. By the way, the eastern one still is the one that is delivering LNG cargoes to Greece. We have visited this morning Revituza terminal, and the kind lady explained that the first cargo that was delivered to this terminal came from Algeria, and still she wants that it will it will keep up like this for so many years again. Cross finger that it will be the case. As I said, we have 4 LNG terminals. The whole capacity is totaling 56 million cubic meters per year LNG, which means that more or less 32 BCM a year. This flexibility allows Sonatrach to deliver LNG since decades now. We are the pioneer in that business. We have delivered the first LNG cargo ever to a European country, which is UK at that time. This flexibility allows, as I said, Sonatrach to deliver LNG to its traditional customers in Europe, but also to reach maybe lands that are far and not linked to Algeria by the pipelines. We, from time to time, deliver LNG to Asian markets when the value is guaranteed. We have in the past delivered some LNG cargoes to American continent. That means that this flexibility is really a major asset for Sonatrach. Back to maybe what happened 2 years ago, it's worth to say that this part of the business is emerging from a particular situation caused by the COVID pandemic. One of the consequences was the drop in the demand. So at that time, Sonatrach had to adapt to that situation, and we decided to carry out some maintenances because it was the right time, maybe to be in line with the drop of the demand. But when the demand recovered, we used our terminal to fulfill the commitment of Sonatrach with regards to the contract she has with the long-term partners. Having said that, the LNG facilities remains a flexibility tools, as I said, for Sonatrach. It secured a part of its commitment, and it is used as a balanced for the export. You said it, pipeline is cheaper, and also the flows are steady. So while the LNG allows you to maybe reach lands that are not close to our country, gives you more flexibility to optimize your sales, and of course to make some margins, which is the aim of our companies and all those who are involved in that business. So thanks to this flexibility, Sonatrach adapt its strategy accordingly. We have long-term contracts, even for LNG. But from time to time, we have additional availability of the product. This additional availability can be sold under pipelines, spot now, or LNG. That's what makes the flexibility of this tool making huge sense. Regarding the load factor now, it's important to understand the structure of our LNG terminals. We have among the four terminals that I have mentioned earlier, two that are, we have in each terminal 6 trains, separate trains. And those trains are used not only to balance, but we can modulate the use of those trains according to the demand. So when the demand is high, we can use the 6th train in one time in each terminal. When the demand is low or when the product is not available, we can switch on or switch off one train. It's not a mega train that you used to use on a high load factor. So that's why maybe you can see from time to time, if you take what is exported as LNG and compare it to the full capacity of the 4th terminal, you can see that the load factor is very low compared to the average worldwide. But this flexibility is not used as the main export tool for Sonatrach. It is to optimize the sales. Pipelines are there, and you said it's cheaper. So this is the first option we have. We still fulfill our commitment under the long-term contract for the LNG. We used to deliver LNG to Greece, to Turkey, to France, to Spain, to Italy as well, to our affiliate in the UK. But the remaining part of this capacity is then used to balance and modulate based on what is the demand every year. Regarding our plans for maybe the mid and the long term, our strategy still regarding the LNG still remain delivering LNG under ex-ship basis. So we have a fleet, our own fleet, 6 LNG tankers that are used to deliver the LNG to the European countries, but from time to time also deliver spot cargoes to other part of the world. And we have a plan within Sonatrach to invest in a very short period of time, in the next 4 or 5 coming years, almost $40 billion, mainly for exploration, production. This is linked to what I said earlier, enhancing the production, producing new capacities in new fields. And with regard to the downstream, part of this investment will be focused on refineries and petrochemicals. I don't think that in the very short term we will invest in new LNG capacities, at least for the time being. But we have launched a few years ago the project of increasing our storage capacity in our terminal in Skikda. So we will have a new storage capacity that will come on stream in a few months. And we have built a new jetty in that terminal that will allow us to load big ships. For the moment, we can only load Medmax. That means small ships that is delivering only natural gas for LNG, sorry, for Mediterranean basin, of course, for cost saving reasons. So this new jetty will also allow us to accept loading big ships and reaching new part of the world. That is for the plans in the LNG and also natural gas, because new production will come, and this huge investment that is in our plans need to be faced by a market in the coming years. If we act focused on our strategy on investing, we need to be sure that those investments are done on purpose to secure the deliveries for the countries who are not producing this commodity.
Thank you very much, Samia. Perhaps just to give you some hope, if I read the Financial Times from last earlier Monday, Dieter Jorgensen, which is the Director General of Energy at the European Commission, changed her mind, if I read it properly, because she stated she wanted US LNG, but let's put it LNG, for decades to come. And there was an S to decades. So hopefully things are changing. I'm moving to you, Naji. Yes, absolutely. So, yeah, if you want.
Samia, I have two questions, very, very quick. If you have a market for LNG, will you go for LNG first? Second, what about unconventional gas that you have? You have plenty of unconventional gas. Are you planning to invest there?
For LNG, we will go where the value is. For the time being, as I said, it's used as a flexibility. But if tomorrow there is any kind of value and making sense for us, of course, we still have spare capacities. And if the availability of the production for the next coming years allow us to fill our pipelines first, and then for the remaining capacity, use it for the LNG, of course. But again, this is linked to this question of investment in shipping. We have a capacity of shipping. It is more or less limited if you compare it with some other big countries that are involved in LNG. But for the timing is enough to cover our commitment. Tomorrow, if there is a confirmed market for LNG, I think, yes, it's part of our strategy to diversify our supplies, not only focusing on the European market. For the second part, you have asked about unconventional resources. Yes, we have huge potential. We are, if I'm not wrong, the third in the world with a potential of unconventional. This is part of our strategy as well. We are assessing, as others are doing, for the time being, focusing on the conventional one, but that doesn't mean that we will not tomorrow develop this part of the business, especially that for tomorrow, it's not only natural gas, but there is also this question of hydrogen that is on the table, that it might be linked. So we are already studying this part of the business. Yes.
Thank you, Samia. And now you to answer a question, Naji. So you have 6 minutes.
Thank you. I will, I will continue now with with our neighbors, Cyprus. Cyprus, such a peaceful and lovely island, has three main problems. One, they have a small market. Second, they have only discovered small quantities of gas until now. And third, they have a very friendly but problematic neighbor, Turkey. Now, Cyprus is talking to Israel in order to get maybe some gas through a pipeline from Livassian to Cyprus, to the LNG terminal in Cyprus. And this LNG terminal, which is being really a long time project in the island, could really provide an outlet for the recent stranded discoveries in Cyprus as well. However, we heard about so much discussions between the Cypriot government and the international oil companies, including Chevron, for example, about what to do with the gas discovered in Cyprus. Most of them would like to channel this gas to Egypt and export it as LNG through the Egyptian LNG terminals. But the Cypriots would like to do it from their own LNG terminals by all means. And now, with the increasing amount of discoveries in Cyprus, the island really is in a good position to be able to launch its regional initiative. They are talking to Israel, as we said. They are talking also with the Egyptian in order to lay a pipeline from Cyprus to Egypt directly. They are in talks with the Lebanese, with the others. But the problem of Cyprus is that they would require significant financial and political will in order to move in that direction. And this is really a little bit still lacking in Nicosia. A neighboring country, in Lebanon, in my country, one of the positive results of the boundary accord with Israel signed in October 2022 is that it allows the Lebanese to move ahead and go forward with the exploration offshore the country. And now, at the time being, Total, Eni, and Qatar Energy are really starting the first offshore well in the Lebanese territory. The results will appear within 1 month or two, and the Lebanese are really hopeful that hopefully a discovery, a commercial discovery, would change the very black economic situation in the country. This situation in Lebanon, as a result of the boundary accord with Israel, shows that so much energy and energy reserves and gas reserves could be found in the region if we have a positive political environment. And this is a lesson to be really said and taught to everybody in this region. We need a positive political environment in order to move ahead and profit from this richness that we have, this wealth that we have. I will end by a small discovery that was really found in the mid 80s. Gaza is on the Mediterranean, is part of the Palestinian territories. Gaza Marine in the mid 80s, but was never developed because of political problems between Israel and the Palestinian territories. Now we heard that the Egyptian e-gas is really moving forward with plans to develop this field with the blessing of Israel and the Palestinian territories. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Naji. So the great thing about having a great panel is they do the work. I have nothing to do. So Naji did ask you a question, Samia. I'd like to move to Marietta and perhaps throw at the problem that we've just heard from Panos. So this was something new to me. So what are your long-term plan? And I mean, as we've heard from Panos, Turkey could become a competitor to you.
Well, thank you, because if you were not making the question, in any case, I would have commented, because indeed, let's say, there is an issue of risk of arbitrage and the risk of competition between, let's say, the European, let me call it, route of LNG coming through Greece to, let's say, Southeast Europe, and gas coming from Turkey. Recently, we have seen few cases, significant cases of deals between Central European buyers and Botash, starting with, of course, with the swap with the Bulgarian company for delivering LNG cargos in Bulgaria, in Turkey, and receiving pipe gas at the border between Turkey and Bulgaria, which, by the way, on the basis of the information which have been publicly made available, it's costing them at least 2 times more than if they would have passed through Greece. So, of course, not all the terms are known, but the cost seems very, very high, which raised a question about the fact that sometimes the uncertainty on availability of capacity in the regulated system may be a disadvantage, because, let's say, when we met many times last year with the Bulgarian representative asking us, can we book capacity in Revitusa and take one BCM for the next 10 years? And we always have to say, you need to come, there is an auction. So this is an element that needs to be taken into account, plus 2 recent transactions between the Hungarian MOL and Botash, and more recently, I think it was announced yesterday, between OMV Romania and Botash to buy gas on an 18-month basis. This is indicative of the fact that, of course, in one way, Russian gas is coming back through under a different umbrella. This is an European problem, not only a Greek concern about the use of our infrastructure. But of course, this represents a risk of even more the congestion in the use of the transit capacity northern of Greece, so Bulgaria, Romania. If additional volumes are channeled from Turkey, then of course less capacity might be available for the LNG that is arriving in Greece. So this is the point that we are very, very aware of, very careful about its implication, and is part also of the discussion we are having in the context of the vertical corridor. You asked me mid-long-term plan. Of course, for us, mid-term means completing the projects that we have on the ground that will multiply by 4 the transit capacity of Greece. Already quite shortly, let's say end of 24 and mid 25, let's say with the completion of the compressor stations that we are building, we will have this capacity available. But of course, this for us is linked with the work we are doing with our neighbors in order for this capacity to be channeled up north. Coming back to the long term, that's of course is the big uncertainty with the role of gases and the role of gas infrastructures in the energy transition. Of course, what we are doing is to make sure that whatever we build nowadays is for pipes 100% ready, 100% certified in order in the future to transport other molecules, and in particular hydrogen, green hydrogen. And let me say that Greece, of course, as I understand also the minister said, we need to be realistic and pragmatic, and in the gas business we certainly are by definition. But Greece has, let's say, a potential of excess renewables. Is a fact that the country struggle to exploit all the potential for renewables because the demand is not so big. End of the story. And so renewables are already curtailed during the summer here in Greece. So one way, of course, is transport electricity, but much more efficient would be transport molecules. So Greece can, in the future, keep playing a role of importing, but also producing and exporting green molecules, for which, let's say, hydrogen pipelines will have a role of. And in this respect, of course, whatever we do also with our neighbors, TSO, starting with Bulgaria, with which we have recently submitted to European Commission a proposal for a hydrogen interconnector, which has been included in the PCI list. Of course, it's a project that will have a long way to come, but still is a recognition of the importance to develop this southeastern corridor for energy also in the context of the energy transition. The other important thing for us in the mid-term is, and coming back to shipping and transportation in general, is to unlock and create the condition in Greece for the use of LNG in the heavy-duty transportation. It's a chicken and egg problem, but we are solving the egg one or the chicken one by having already a truck loading facility and by having in a couple of years' time a jetty that will enable bunker ship to be loaded. So the ability to deliver LNG to the ships will be there even sooner, probably. What is important is that we are really, as a country, as Europe, pragmatic and don't kill the chicken in this case, because if we start telling everybody that we will jump directly from naphtha, oil to whatever green fuel of the future, it means that we will lose the LNG opportunity that is able to deliver a reduction in the emission and a much cleaner, of course, air immediately. So what we are pushing harder is really to try to prevent the risk that really we miss this opportunity for immediate, partial, if not total, but important decarbonization of the transportation sector. And let's say the other mid-term focus that we are putting, on which we are working very, very seriously this day, is the one of carbon capture storage. Carbon capture storage is becoming more and more all over Europe, starting from UK, as you said, they've been the first in class, the best in class, an important element to solve the problem of fast decarbonization. And in this respect, of course, not only we have Prinos as a country, not DESFA, that can be converted into an underground storage facility for CO2, but we are working, and again, under a PCI scheme, to develop a grid that will collect CO2 from the various emitters and liquefy it in a single liquefaction place, possibly close to Revitussa, in order to use the cold power of the liquefaction of the regasification facility and put it on ships, which today can be used for to deliver this CO2, maybe today, in the future to Prinos, but then in many depleted reservoir in the Mediterranean basin, starting from Egypt, that has a big reservoir which are declining in terms of capacity. So we see this is another angle in which for the mid and long term, we really need to focus a lot. Our business navigates through very complex waters because everybody needs us today, everybody wants us today, and they tell us, please disappear tomorrow by miracle. So every time we need to take a decision, we always, let's say, bet against the odds and against the fact that sometimes the reality and the pragmatism will prevail. But it's difficult to be the hero and the villain twice in the same day. But we are doing a concrete step. And let me add one very, very last thing is the recent also unfortunate events, weather related in Greece with the floods and the fires, of course, prove the importance of the resilience of the energy system. And I'm glad to say, notwithstanding the very sad circumstances, that the underground gas pipeline system proved to be absolutely resilient. We never had one interruption. We haven't had any problem to the security of the infrastructure. Of course, we had the damages to some facilities, but the gas kept flowing and no one had heating or, let's say, interrupted. So I think we needed to take into account also in a reliable energy mix, not only the security of supply, but also technical solution like underground pipelines that increase the resilience.
Thank you very much, Maria Rita. So navigate complex waters. Who better than Panos to move to the next? How are you seeing the 2035 world? I mean, with more ships, but perhaps also with cleaner ships. And how is this going to unfold?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. First of all, I would say that we tend to think and discuss a lot what will be the fuel of the future and what will propel ships in 2035, 2040 and beyond. I think we're missing the big picture, and the big picture is exactly what is it that these ships will carry in 2035. Because if we continue trading only oil and gas, irrespective of what will be the fuel of the ship, somebody will be burning barrels of oil somewhere, and or coal, if we're talking about coal carriers. And then there will be no transition in the horizon. So we feel that the main question is, how can shipping serve the transition of all sectors, and especially the energy sector? And this means we need to invest in ships that we have not invested so far, and we do not have full awareness and visibility of the technology required. We see 3 great new value chains and shipping chains, and these are practically ammonia, hydrogen, and carbon dioxide. Ammonia, which is the imminent one as a carrier of hydrogen, potentially liquefied hydrogen in the future, and certainly what is the only option that we have in order to negate part of the problem, recycling carbon dioxide, which means transporting carbon dioxide to sequestration points around the world. And I think this closing of the carbon cycle is going to be critical, is going to prove critical, essential into meeting any transition goals. I mean, most probably, based on what we see, the ambition needs to be there, but we are not making it yet. So we will definitely gonna need a value chain which will allow us to negate part of the harm we will have already delivered to the planet, and part of the harm can only be negated through the capturing and storage of excess carbon dioxide. So, getting back to the 2035 question, I think we need, following my previous statement and my previous response, we need to seriously consider and think out of the box. Do we have the shipbuilding capacity, the resources to build the ships that we are in need of? The immediate answer is no, as we speak. We will need to find ways to build more ships of every type. And as far as fuel is concerned, I don't think we are there yet. I don't think we will see a massive use or massive availability of clean fuels, not only for shipping but any transportation sector, until 2035. So most probably until then, LNG will be the main component of alternative fuels. And by the way, before coming here, I was compiling a scoping document for a new technology, a new carbon capture system on board ships. So I believe one more option that we have will be carbon capture on board, coupled with the use of LNG primarily, where the carbon dioxide volume produced is quite limited to the use of conventional fuel. So with LNG, carbon capturing on board becomes much more feasible. And this is perhaps something that we will see coming into ships in the forthcoming years. And I believe that between 2030 and 2035, depending on how we will progress the development of the carbon value chain in general, we will see more and more ships being equipped with such equipment, and especially the ones that will have lost the train, the long-term train of clean fuels. So yeah, this is more or less my view about 2035 and focusing particularly on shipping.
Okay, thank you very much. Naji, you wanted to add something?
I hope it's working. I would like to also look at 2035. And if we look at the scenarios of gas demand worldwide, especially in Europe, and if we look at the scenarios or the plans, the programs, the projects of LNG worldwide, especially in the US, many analysts are predicting a gas oversupply in the second half of this decade, in the first half of next decade. What I wanted to take from this is that the East Mediterranean producer, okay, rather than looking at Asian or European markets, I believe they must also look at their regional markets, their own markets. They have to look at markets like Syria, for example, because if peace will prevail in Syria, then we will have huge demand for energy there. If we will have peace in the region with Israel, and now we are talking about, or we are hearing about, normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, this will open the way for so many interesting cooperation in the region. Rather than looking at Asian and European markets, we have to look at the need of the region itself. Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, and for example, Western Saudi Arabia. Western Saudi Arabia, for your information, is in bad need of gas. Jeddah, Mecca, all this is in bad need of gas. And a pipeline from the East Mediterranean to the western part of Saudi Arabia will be great. Okay, this in addition to further enhance or even build a broader political and economic integration in the region will help to prevail a peaceful environment and will be good for the economies of the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naji. So after your positive dream for 2035, let's move to Panos and Marita about 2050. So we are hearing Europe that wants to be carbon free or net zero, whatever. So how is this going to be for you on the sea in 2050?
Okay, that's a quite challenging question. So what we know today is that the ambition we've all agreed to and set is net zero at least by 2050. Net zero for the whole shipping sector. And this will mean a huge investment, a huge task in developing technology that will make this happen. We have a number of clean fuels, candidate clean fuels. We hear a lot about ammonia. Methanol is one more option. Perhaps LNG or other fossils coupled with CCS and biofuels, biomethane, for example, which also represents a great prospect. I'm not sure what the final mix will be, but we believe there are going to be different ship types and different trades focusing on different technologies. And I would say in one major point, we need to have everything on the table. I saw last week in China a presentation on an approach on the green, blue, and red scenario. Green meaning renewables and hydrogen-based fuels, blue meaning fossils coupled with CCS, and red meaning referring to nuclear. And I will not be surprised if we see nuclear also expanding, extending into the shipping sector. We have already seen some projects, some technology development. It is a great temptation to build a ship that will never need to be fueled in its life. So most probably for the large container ship, for example, of the 24,000, 25,000 TEUs, it's a great opportunity to have a nuclear propulsion and sort out the problem forever, saving billions in fuel in the long term and making use of the transition to move into a technology that will really save money and be more competitive. So I think that in the end, we will need to have everything on the table. I tend to agree with those claiming that there is no chance, based on facts and figures, that we can rely only on the green version of the transition.
Thank you, Panos. Maria Rita, for you to finish. It's a shame the French ambassador has left because she would have taken your idea, and France being a huge country, past country nuclear, perhaps in future. So we will build all those nuclear ships. Never mind. Maria Rita.
Well, let me just first start with a personal note. Since I'm a nuclear engineer, if one day in my life I will see nuclear coming back, I would be quite happy. But
all back to work.
Yes, but coming back to gases, so what we see for 2050. So let me first say that 25 years is a long period, and we may see significant changes that we are not able to predict today. What we have learned, in particular in the last few years, is that many unpredictable things happen. So we speak under the caveat of the technologies that seems possible as of today, where of course the big missing part of a world that we run only with electrons is the ability to store energy on medium long term, that can be not only over one day, but in particular over seasonal demand and also even mid-term demand fluctuation. So, and let me just say that we see this already in Greece, where growing the wind contribution to the electricity mix, we have a volatility in the sense that one day wind may represent 40% of the total electricity production. The day after, it can represent less than 5%. So, of course, this poses a very huge challenge with respect to the need of dispatchable energy. And dispatchable energy today is molecular. And so I go back to the candidate green molecules, where, let's say, of course, in this moment, what seemed to be a prominent option is hydrogen. Of course, we are all working all around Europe. Greece is lagging behind. I hope we will start doing something concretely in the very near future on biomethane. Potentially it's different country by country, but biofuels are certainly one small part, but one part of the solution. I totally agree that there will not be one solution fit all. We will have to leverage on all possible technologies, let's say gas-related technologies are proven, have a long history of being used. We know how the market for the internal market for gases has been already working successfully over the last decades, for the good and for the bad, but overall successfully. So let's say the way seemed to indicate toward, let's say, replacing molecules which carry CO2 with CO2-free molecules. Passing through a phase in which CO2 carbon stop and sequestration will be crucial and probably will remain as part of the solution. So we see a grid that become multi-fuel, so a grid that will transport different fuels, different pipes, of course, but a network for natural gas plus CCS or biogas, a network for hydrogen, a network for CO2, and we will see.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for doing this on time. The gas industry does this normally on time and on budget always. If there are any burning questions from the room, I'd like to open the floor to the participant. I mean, you have here leaders that are doing stuff. Okay, so you had earlier the political person that draft stuff. Here you have maybe no question. All right, so you've convinced them very well. So no, I think you're a good seller. If you have one final comment, the floor is yours, and then I will close the session.
Maybe a very, very short comment. We since the beginning of this business, I'm talking about the gas business, we have seen so many changes. And for Sonatrach, we have managed to adapt ourselves to those changes. I don't know what will be the picture in 2050. I can bet I will at least be retired. but for sure, Sonatrach and Algeria will adapt itself to what will be the market at that time. As long as this transition that will lead us to reach 2050 will be a wise transition. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Panos?
I would like to emphasize that point about the wise transition, wise and smart, because the feeling is the way we are dealing with things up till now seems not to be the right way. I do not question the intentions of all parties and bodies and perhaps politicians. I think we all realize what is at stake here. It's the planet itself. I mean, our lives and the lives of our children. But being very excited about it doesn't solve the problem. We need to be smart and wise. And my last comment will be on gas specifically, and the gas industry, meaning the methane industry, let's say. The fact that it needs to adapt. So when we're talking about renewables. Renewables could be a potential refuge for gas. We see today more and more liquefaction terminals turning into electrification so that they will be able to secure a greener product tomorrow. So at least liquefaction will not be done by consuming fossil fuel, but perhaps renewable green electricity, which is a great use to use excess green electricity. Then transportation could become green as well. Biogas is going to be a clean blend that we can use to further green our mix. And eventually, the future will lie on perhaps a blend of clean fuels, hydrogen-based methane, for example, blue ammonia or blue hydrogen coming from methane with carbon capture. And above all, I think that development of the carbon value chain, the recycling element of methane, the methane industry. So I think if we move along those lines, the life and the prosperity of the LNG and the gas industry will be secured and guaranteed for many decades ahead.
Thank you. Rita, last word.
Well, let's say I cannot other than agree with all my colleagues about the need of having a pragmatic approach toward the energy transition, because that will be the only way to make it possible. But if I can add a couple of considerations, one specific of the gas industry is that as an industry, and here I'm not talking about upstream, midstream, downstream, we have to tackle a bigger credibility issue, which doesn't come only from CO2, because the CO2 is a part of a problem. For an industry, we have a big part of the problem, which is methane. And let's say we rarely talk about methane in a gas summit, because of course we don't want to raise our problems, but industry needs to tackle methane emission. Of course, midstream is doing a lot, downstream is doing a lot, upstream is the part that will have to bear the most important responsibility in proving that we can reduce methane emission. And of course, then non-conventional gases will trigger a lot of other problems there. So we really need to make it to be fully credible. Coming back, and let's say, there is certainly an important new avenue that can be really exploited. That is the one of that Panos was mentioning, of synthetic methane, or e-methane, as Marco Velar now likes to call it. That is CO2 plus hydrogen, and of course this will have a huge benefit of using existing infrastructure. I anticipate the potentially super huge resistance from environmental association that we are creating a new way of extending the life of our old-fashioned business. But from the, let's say, economical and rational point of view will make a huge sense, of course. But the last most important consideration for me in this moment is that we are living such a complex time that the industry need to collaborate. We need to collaborate along the value chain, from upstream, midstream, downstream, shipping, but among technology provider, with the academia. There is a huge effort that we need to do, and we can only do it if we really start. And we, I think, are collaborating, but we need to do it more and more, because only joining forces we can find the solution that we need to find.
Okay, thank you very much. Wise and smart. So you had 4 wise and smart doers in front of you. So I'd like you to thank them and we will leave the floor. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we can go straight to the next session, to the discussion we have. We listened to an excellent discussion around the future of gas and the energy transition, including natural gas in the system, in the contrary of other things that we have been listening over the past 2 days. And now we will be moving to a very interesting discussion, having the honor to have with us the alternate Minister of Finance, Mr. Nikos Papathanasis, and the Chairman and CEO of the Grid TSO, the Transmission System Operator here in Greece, Mr. Manos Manousakis, around investments and the green energy transition and how can this be achieved in the midst of all the issues that we have effectively heard and started discussing over the past 2 days. Just before the session, we also had the award ceremony to Mr. Gramelis, and I'm saying that because we did discuss about the delignitization of certain areas, like in Kozani, in Western Macedonia area, and in Megalopolis area, and the work that Mr. Gramelis has done on coal. And now he has also switched his interest to hydrogen and alternative sources of fuel, which is exactly what the energy transition is about. And we're being in the 8th conference in a year, 8 years later, it signals the fact that the energy transition takes time and it's not something that can happen very fast. So with this, I will start the conversation with the Minister. Let me sit next to you. So, Minister, recently Greece has submitted a request to the Commission to modify the famous Recovery and Resilience Fund, because the plan that we have as a country to help us get out of the COVID crisis that then has led to, not because of that, but because of the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, to an energy crisis. And now we are at a pivotal point where we are trying to modify the plan and try to focus on certain areas that could also help us address this climate crisis that we are also living through and experiencing today. So what is the Ministry doing about that, and what are the future plans?
Okay.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be here with an exceptional panelist, Mr. Manoussakis, and moderator. Thank you very much, Mr. Andriosopoulos. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start with an initial statement, because we are speaking about energy. And of course, energy has to do with the climate crisis. The Just Transition Project is about that. But what we are experiencing, even though we are planning, scheduling what we are going to do in the next 5, 10, 15 years, we are experiencing practically the effects of the climate crisis now, today. So we have Europe, European Union, that does have programs for the after lignite area, but still we are experiencing the consequences of the crisis. So we have to think about what are we doing now and what is the Solidarity Fund doing for the countries that are experiencing the effects of the climate crisis. And I'm starting with this statement because there's going to be a discussion on that. It affects all the energy project, and of course, it affects the lives of every citizen in Europe, especially the countries that are mostly affected by events like the ones we experienced with Daniel or Elias today, or the wildfires. So we have to rethink about what solidarity has to be and how strong the fund has to be in order to support the countries that undergo such an event. So the European funds that I am responsible account approximately for 80 billion euros for the next 7 years. So we are talking about a significant amount if one considers that our GDP is at the moment at 210 billion euros. One could realize the effect that such funds could do in the growth of the country and, of course, in the creation of jobs. So it is very important to see how we utilize, how we use these funds in order to be more productive. So what we have done just at the end of August, as we were obliged to do, was to see what changes we had to do in the Recovery and Resilience Fund, the modifications. But before actually we completed, or right after we completed the submission of the modification, we have the Daniel. And we had to go back and ask for the flexibility to revise our plan. And we got this flexibility because even though European Union is a huge ship, it turns slowly, but at the end it turns and it shows its solidarity immediately after following a letter and a visit by the Prime Minister with the President von der Leyen. We succeeded in getting the flexibility, so we are going to redirect approximately 680 million euros to Thessaly in order to do all the infrastructure work that has been damaged during Daniel. At the same time, we have we account also some work to be done in Dadia, Evros. So it is very important to realize that the European funds, along with the partnership agreement, will account approximately with the Solidarity Fund on top of that, approximately at 2.4 billion euros. And this will be assisted, of course, with national funds. So it's very important to realize that we do have the capacity. We do have the capacity of the European funds. Otherwise, countries like Greece, if they didn't have the European funds, especially cases when events like that would come around, it would be a difficult situation with a fiscal results that we have to present, and we have to be steady with our stability program that we have provided. And this stability program has projected a primary surplus of 0.7% this year. We will abide with all the rules, and we will succeed to get all the benefits of following a very strict fiscal policy.
Thank you, Minister. Now we'll turn into the discussion of investments around the energy transition, and the backbone of this, as we all understand, is the infrastructure. The part of based on the previous discussion of the natural gas systems, we have the power systems. We need the power sector to support all the growth of the renewable energy investments, especially that are taking place now. And we see that there are a lot of challenges around that. We discussed this morning about curtailments that may be happening, because we see that in some instances demand is not as high as we would expect, and the supply of green energy may be overcoming that. And that creates obviously challenges for the system, technical challenges, but also economical challenges on the other hand to investors. And my main question now to Mr. Manouchakis is, what is your plan, the 10-year plan that you see until 2030 around this issue? And whether you foresee any strong investment plan that would support that, fix these problems, challenges, whether the funds are there. I mean, do we have enough capital and sources of funds so that we can actually make it?
First of all, let me also thank you for the invitation. And let me state, of course, that I am honored to be here in the panel with the Minister. And before we go to the real challenges that we are approaching right now, let me also say that we are successful. Why we are successful? Because we are very fast in implementing the green investments in Greece, if we are compared with other countries. We started to take off by 2018, 2019, and by now we have electrified already 12 gigawatts. We have granted 15 more gigawatts for new green projects. So if you add it up, it is 27 gigawatts. And the whole demand of Greece, the maximum demand is 10 gigawatts. So if you use the capacity factor of the renewables, you can see that with the connection terms that we have granted, we have enough green investments until 2030. But as you said, there is more need for green investment. The investors want to invest more. The country needs more investment anyway. And we have to find the fixes. What is happening is that the problem has two aspects. The one aspect is the demand. The demand is 10 gigawatts, as we said, and it is not going to be higher according to the projections. And the other aspect is the network. The solution for this problem is storage, as we have said before. And now is the time to move on with more tenders for storage. And when we're saying storage, we mean the both types of storage. The storage in the core of the system that will solve the issue of demand, but also storage behind the meter in every green project that will add more electrical space in the system. And regardless of the technology of the storage, either it is batteries or it is hydro pumps, the solution now for the green transition to go forward is storage. And I know that the Ministry of Energy, the ministry which owns most of our company and supervises our company, now designs the strategy for the near future regarding the storage. in order for the green investments to be able to continue smoothly. Regarding the funding that you said, I believe that there is very strong interest from private investors to invest, as they have already done in mostly the last years in the photovoltaic, but also before in the wind farms. There is real appetite for more investments in storage. What needs to be done and what is going to be done in the near future is the regulatory and the legal framework to be stabilized in order for the investors to know what is the future. Also, there is a lot of capacity for wind farms in the sea, offshore wind farms, as we call them, because the wind capacity of Greece is the higher in the Mediterranean. So we believe that also we will see investments in this front. If we design properly, I believe that by 2030 we will have achieved the target of having the vast majority of the energy consumed in Greece to be green, to come from green sources.
Thank you. And I'll turn back to the minister because we discussed about the green energy transition. It has a lot of positive aspects, but also some negative aspects. One of these is obviously, as we've seen and discussed before, in certain areas where we had lignite plants, because that was the backbone of the energy production in Greece in the past. Now, today, it's not economically viable, so we have to shut them down. And there is a lot of effort also from the government's point of view and a lot of funds that are directed to the areas that are going to be suffering more from the shutdown of these lignite plants. So what are the immediate plans of the ministry and the funds that you are managing, and how will you be directing them to those areas?
Okay, so I would like to clarify the European funds. We have 36 billion from the RRF, Recovery and Resilience Fund. We have 26 billion from the partnership agreement. That makes 62 billion. And then the rest up until the 80 is the Common Agricultural Fund. So out of that, we have approximately the first program, actually, the first European program. We're the first country in Europe that has been granted a Just Transition program, which is at a level of 1.6 billion euros. And what we are doing, we are going to change the productive model of the places that are being affected by the delignitization. Although we have to stay at the fact that delignitization in Greece has not started now. This is a process that has started approximately around 2010, but no government, previous government, has paid an attention to what was happening. So we reached 2019, Prime Minister recognized that delignitization has affected the lives of the people, and has stated that we are going to proceed with a very strict program. And of course, that to be followed with an application to receive this Just Transition program. So it's the first program. The European Commission has been following the progress of the program. What we are doing is we are, first of all, we're working on upskilling the people in the regions. So we're talking about West Macedonia, and the region of Western Macedonia, and prefectures of Kozani, Florina, Kastoria, and Grevena, and of course the municipalities in Peloponnese, that is Megalopoli, Tripoli, Ichalia, and Gortynia. Of course, it includes the islands, but with a very smaller program. So what we're doing, upskilling, reskilling, and also giving incentives for companies of added value, that is technological companies and other companies, to get the incentives to go and be established in the region. This is not an easy process. We are very glad that we do have a university at the region. It is very important, and we're lucky at that we have a university. It is very important to find the STEM graduates in order to have the people and the talent, and we do have the talent. That is another issue. We do have a talent in the region. So what we are doing, we have started supporting municipalities. We have started supporting the talent to be upskilled or reskilled. People that have been working at the PPC to find another way and get other special capacity. And at the same time, we are running right now a program for SMEs to give them incentives that can reach up to 70%. That is a small company that has that is applying for a project of 100,000 will get 70,000 an incentive to be established there. Of course, on orientation that creates jobs. And at the same time, we have another program for small, medium, and large companies that is at the level of 400 million euros to give the same incentives at the time to support the creation of technical jobs and, of course, jobs that are sustainable. So this is, we've already assigned 35% of the program, and it's running very fast. And I think we will not only be the first country to have obtained such a program, but we will be the first country that will show and indicate the benchmarking and present the good practices. Of course, we have the research organizations that are with us, and they have gotten a part of the program as well.
This is very important, as you are saying, because when you do have manufacturing processes or technological companies present, they are looking for workforce, skilled workforce that we will need to, even if we have it in the country, relocate. So the best is also to try to train them and try to look for the right skills in advance. It's extremely important.
And of course, we're talking about well-paid jobs because it is something of high technical skills needed. So university also that cooperates with us could redirect programs in order to support the graduates to have obtained the skills to follow a new job and a new orientation.
And talking about Western Macedonia, at least it's in the northern axis, let's say, of the country, which we have seen being developing as an energy hub. Also from the point of view of infrastructure, a lot of projects are taking place. And listening to what you said, Mr. Manouchakis, before, indeed, we do have storage, which is a solution to the excess production, possibly. And this can be the fast, immediate solution. But looking at the medium to long term, definitely what we need is more investment in the grid, but not necessarily only within Greece, but looking at the interconnections and the various projects that you have been proposing recently. We have the Euro-Asia interconnector, various projects coming from Egypt, very recent announcements as well about the collaboration with the respective TSO as of yesterday with Saudi Arabia. And of course, the project that you are proposing with Germany and a lot of other things that are underway. So what can you tell us about that, about your, effectively your business plan and your view on the interconnection capacity of the country in the future?
You're right, Mr. Andriosopoulos, saying that storage can provide the solution up to a point. As we said, the absolute limit is the demand. The production covers the demand. So when we have enough production in our country, green production, which is equal or exceeds the demand, then in order to exploit the capacity we have as a country, our sun and our wind, we need to find the way to export this energy. This has to do with the development of our country in all fronts, in my opinion. So what IPTO is doing is that it's trying to serve and implement the energy strategy of our country, which is to make Greece an exporter of energy from an importer that it was in the past due to the fossil fuels reality. Because Greece now is a country which can produce more energy than it needs to consume. So our priority are the projects which are, we would say, the exporting energy projects, such as the second HVDC interconnection we are designing now together with the TSO of Italy for the second HVDC interconnection between Greece and Italy. Also, as you know, we have just finalized the second interconnection with Bulgaria. We are designing the second interconnection with Albania. And of course, it is very important to design right now, I think we are in the right moment, to design a direct energy corridor, as we call it, between Greece and Central Europe, again of the HVDC technology, because this is the technology that can directly move the energy without losses. From Greece to Central Europe, and the preliminary studies have shown that the best destination is Germany because of the robustness of the electrical system of this country, but also because of the energy needs of this country. So we are going to propose in the next months in the European Commission, we're going to make an application in order to find the funds for a project of common interest from Greece to Germany. And right now we are submitting the project to the 10-year network development plan of the union of the TSOs, which is called the NCOE. But of course, IPTO does not only serve the energy strategy of Greece, but it has to serve the energy strategy of the whole Europe. As we know, after the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, there has been a turn in the European energy strategy, and Europe now seeks for alternative sources of energy. And I believe that the projects that we are designing with Egypt, and yesterday we announced the new company we found together with the TSO of Saudi Arabia, what we call the Saudi-Greek interconnection. These two interconnections, in fact, propose an alternative source of green energy for Europe. And if you combine this with the interconnector I mentioned before with Germany, we can see that, for example, in the winter months where the solar capacity of these countries is very important, even compared to Greece, Europe could take energy from these countries, which is going to be cheaper than any kind of fossil fuel energy. And of course, it's going to help our Fit for 55 targets in Europe generally. Also, the Euro-Asia interconnector, I would say that as the market situation with the countries involved is now, it would be again a net exporting project. But for Greece, it's not only that. The geopolitical importance of the project is very high because our fraternal state of Cyprus is the only state of European Union which is still an energy island and has not been interconnected.
Thank you. Minister, I would like to ask you another question related with some recent positive news for the country and the economic environment in the country, which has been the upgrading that we had from the rating agencies to investment grade very soon, and from all the reputable agencies that then will, let's say, kick off possibly, as we have been listening and reading, a new wave of investments here in Greece from various funds or strategic players. And you have been fortunate enough from your previous position as well to be talking to a lot of investors and a lot of these funds, and obviously from your position today. Have you seen this positive momentum? Have you seen this positive change happening? And what is your expectation for the coming months or years for Greece?
Well, there's a lot of discussion about the investment grade. Investment grade is very important for Greece because we've gone through difficult times. And of course, we are very strict now with our fiscal policy and with our stability program. We've gotten the first investment grade procedure we've gone through, and we succeeded with DBRS. Of course, in October, there is Standard & Poor's, and in November is Fitch. So we still have a way to go. And of course, events like, Daniel, if we did not abide by all the rules, could have destabilized the situation. But it's not the case in Greece. We've shown that we have the capacity to accommodate the public funds that are needed for such an event. So what the investment grade, we're very confident the growth this year will be above 2% for sure, and we are looking at growth next year also. We are going to be above Europe, well above Europe. So that is an indication that Greece is doing something right. And it's not only the interest rates, the investment grade gives the confidence to the investors that this country has the stability. Of course, this government has shown a stability, has changed the environment, Greece has become a friendly country for investments. And we've experienced that, we've seen that. We have had the highest growth in Europe for the last 2 years. And we are going to have the highest growth in Europe for 2023, one of the top, maybe within the first 3 countries, well above the average. And of course, our surplus as well will be above. As you know, some countries are experiencing a serious problem. So what investment grade? It means more businesses decide to invest. Some organizations that they do have in their constitution that they cannot invest in a country that's not investment grade will be able to come and invest. Japan, for example, is one country. They will not invest in a country that doesn't have an investment grade. And of course, that means jobs. We are very keen to increase the average wage. And of course, as you know, the average wage in the private sector is not increased by a ministerial decision. It has to have the background and the demand and the businesses to have a growth. So more businesses will come and invest in Greece. We are seeing that now. And of course, this will create jobs, will decrease the unemployment. And in turn, this will create fiscal space in order to run more support for SMEs and generally for the business environment. And at the same time, to run our cohesion programs and the programs of supporting the people that are in the lower bracket, and they do need the support of the country. So everything has to be in equilibrium. At the same time, we will not jeopardize what we have done up to now. We will continue. We are very confident that Greece will still be a paradigm, the best practices for Europe, and we're very confident that we will support this growth, and people will, and young people especially, will find jobs, because we want to reverse the brain drain. We've a lot of Greeks moved away from the country. We estimate approximately 500,000 Greeks have left during the difficult years. We need to create the environment for the people to come back. We see that happening, and we will continue in this road. We stay the path. We stay the path for sure.
Thank you, Minister. And grabbing the last comment of the Minister, Mr. Manouchakis, how do you see that? Because driving this huge investment plan that you did mention, and the plans that IPTO has for the future, it needs skilled people, and this is something that we have seen lacking in the country in the past, as exactly the Minister said. And alongside the investment upgrade that I mentioned, how do you see the immediate future for the company and for the country?
I have to say we face difficulties already. And if we take into account that we are not the only organization that has big projects in the pipeline, and right now we see a lot of upgrade in major infrastructures in Greece, I'm kind of wondering if we will be able to deliver the projects with the speed that we did in the last years. I'm happy to hear that the government has understood the situation and that they are willing to take measures. We have a lot of very important scientists and engineers abroad, and incentives need to be given and flexibilities need to be given to the companies like ours in order to be able to recruit all this scientific and engineering capacity of human resources we have abroad. I think it's an opportunity. It needs political will, and I believe that it will be found because the need is going to be great in the near future.
Thank you. And just in the occasion that we still have 30 seconds of the time, maybe one quick question from the experienced audience that we have here to our speakers. If we have one very quick question. No? Okay. Yes, Spiro?
Which is the most crucial parameter for the energy transition in Greece? Is it time? Is it money? Or is something else? Is it political will? Or is it something else that we need?
It's all of that. It's when you are going through disruption, because we are looking at the disruption, energy transition is something like a disruption. So we need the political will. Of course, you need money, you need efficiency, you need speed. And of course, all of this could be accommodated if you have a government that believes in that. Because if you have a government that believes in businesses, in enterprises, if you have a government, a prime minister that believes that in order to create wealth, in order to have to create space, to provide and to support people and to support businesses, you have to modify, to change the environment, make it more friendly, speed up all the procedures, the licensing, the permitting, then everything will fit in place. So it's all of that, and I think this government has the decisive momentum to provide for all the changes, and I think we're doing that, and we're going to continue to do that.
Thank you all, and again, thank you to the Minister and to Mr. Manouchakis for the excellent discussion.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dimitris Pefanis, and I'm really happy to moderating the 12th consecutive panel of this year's Energy Transition Symposium. After a very interesting political and also business pitch from the previous panel, I'd like to move on the stage to both a political and a technical aspect. Our panel is called Carbon-Free Future, Hydrogen and Renewable Gases, and I'm really delighted to be moderating a mixed panel, both from people with deep technical knowledge, but also, and I'm starting from the beginning, with Mrs. Maria Spyraki, the member of the European Parliament, who can also give us both a technical but also a political perspective. So I'd like to call to the stage, first of all, our keynote speaker, Mrs. Maria Spyraki, to deliver the keynote speech, and also Mr. Panagiotis Gramelos, the Director of Research for Chemical Process and Energy Resources Institute at the Center of Research and Technology, Hellas, Mrs. Eleni Bayrami, the CEO of ECO Hellas, and last but not least, Mr. Emmanuel Kakara, the Executive Vice President of Next Energy Business and Head of Duixur brand for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Thank you very much. Sitting arrangement. So, first of all, I'd like to give the stage to Mrs. Spyraki for our keynote speech. You want to do that seated or you want to do that on the panel, whatever works for you. So Mrs. Spyraki will deliver our keynote speech, and then we'll move on with the panel discussion.
Is it working now? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here in this very important meeting, and also I feel very honored for giving me the opportunity to present you the next steps on the issue of Hydrogen Bank, on which I have the opportunity, the honor, and also the responsibility to be one of the rapporteurs representing the European People's Party in the European Parliament. To start with, hydrogen comes to play a critical role on the EU political agenda as one of the key technologies for the Europe's Net Zero Industrial Act. And the Union recognized the importance of hydrogen as a clean and versatile energy carrier, and it is actively taking measures to support its development and deployment. To address the financing challenge and facilitate the launch of hydrogen projects, we have to take advantage by various initiatives and funding mechanisms with a clear message. My message here, and I think that it is the message that I would like to insist on, is that we need to establish a competitive EU hydrogen market. As you all are familiar, on March 2023, the Commission presented a communication specifying the scope and the structure of the new European Hydrogen Bank that will aim to close the investment gap and address the Repower EU 2030 supply and demand target of 10 million tons of domestic production and 10 million tons based on import. As you can understand, it is a very, very ambitious target, and we need to address it and to be responsive while we need to tackle global competition. The European Hydrogen Bank will act as an instrument implemented by the European Commission based on 4 pillars. It is the domestic market creation, which is now absent. It is also the inputs to the EU. It is the transparency coordination issue, which is also important in terms of market. And it is financing mechanism to support renewable hydrogen production within the EU and internationally. The negotiation on our report, on the Hydrogen Bank report in the European Parliament, has already been started. And we are very dedicated on this initiative as we believe that it has to be the main focus point. It is also a personal intention of mine proposal when it comes to the hydrogen bank to work as not only a one-stop shop, but as an umbrella scheme, and I would like to elaborate further on this, where all the relevant activities in regards to the production and importation of hydrogen will lie under bank's competence. Tackling additional administrative burdens, we are aiming to increase stakeholders' predictability, and this is a very, very important issue when it comes to a very emerging and also very ambitious market. To achieve it, we have to win the follow bet. We need to scale up innovative solutions in order to increase the production of clean hydrogen while saving the needs of hard to electrify sectors. And I think that it is important to give you the roadmap that we will also invest on and the roadmap on which we will also focus on. First of all, and to begin with, we can't invest in hydrogen for every industrial sector. We cannot. It's impossible. We have to focus on hard-to-abate sector with emphasis on steel, cement, chemicals, on heavy vehicles and shipping sector. We cannot have a solution of hydrogen for every and each sector, for heating and cooling, for everyday life. It is important to understand that we need a cross-sectoral approach, and it is crucial to have a leverage of the potential to have a hydrogen economy in various branches of our economy. But by integrating hydrogen into multiple sectors, synergies can be created, and we will have the full benefits of hydrogen as an energy carrier, but it has to be a realistic solution. We need to be careful. We can't introduce ourselves into logical hydrogen everywhere. And this will not work. And this is also, in a way, undermine the idea of having a hydrogen market. We have to upscale it, and we have also to give the opportunity to have concrete results. By having shipping and heavy vehicles, we can pave the way as they can present high level of readiness, while we need to invest in tackling distances and the establishment of extremely demanding financial infrastructure for hydrogen transportation. In this regard, I would like to recall that the Greek maritime sector is facing a pivotal moment to adapt their activities also on carrying methanol and ammonia, which are the most mature derivatives in terms of hydrogen. And in this regard, I think that we can achieve it within this decade. We have also hydrogen valleys, which can also act as an important tool to leverage the cross-sectoral approach for a timely, competitive, and well-based issue. But we have to consider that we have to enhance the issue of hydrogen valley, and we have also to create a hydrogen local economy by cutting distances. Another important aspect is to increase the local production while creating a demand-supply value chain for the hard-to-abate sector, such as steel, cement, and chemicals, as I have already mentioned. We have also to take into account some important steps concerning the very first auctions. As you all know, we will test the water during November. We will have the first auction in November, but it will be in a very small scale. So we have to upgrade the scale and also to send a very clear message to the market, which is quite competitive. And for this, we have first of all to have a fixed premium auctions. We have to have auctions as a service for member states, and this is the plan for the second phase. The very first phase is testing the water. The second phase is to have a fully fledged auction in terms of hydrogen. For this, I would like just to say a few words concerning the premium. According to my opinion, and I insist on this, and I would like to be very, very frank, I think that the premium will be set at least equal with the US premium. We are in a very, very competitive market, and we need to support our production of hydrogen in terms of supportive finance. At least equal to the US premium at first, and we need also to focus all our efforts in the auction to come, having regard that there is an experience coming from other parts of the world. And other parts of the world are moving faster, very, very fast. Fast in India, fast in Japan, very fast in China as well. What else? We need to focus. We need also to focus on the production of electrolyzers as part of the net zero Industrial Act, and also on CCS and CCU, which is also very, very important in order to have a complementary production in terms of hydrogen. It is not only the green hydrogen that it is coming from, as you all know, renewable electricity, but it is also the other types of hydrogen which we have to decarbonize. So CCS and CCU infrastructure and installations are very important. Also, the water balance effect is also important, and the quick scale up of the mature technological project with the support of the joint hydrogen undertaking. We have not very, very important result, allow me to say very kind on the issue of it, but it is one of the key issues that we have to accelerate and to commercialize innovative solutions in order to have a hydrogen economy within the EU. It is the shipping sector I have already mentioned. It is also the project for local production and consumption of hydrogen in the valleys, and the cross-border projects for storage, which is also important, tackling in terms of legal framework by RED 3, RED 4, and RED 5, which is the new updated legal framework in terms of renewable, and it is also includes a delegated act coming from the Commission on the definition concerning green hydrogen. I would like to conclude by saying that we also need investment and funding. It is so important to give predictability to the hydrogen market in order to increase the level of leverage of money coming from the public and private sector. It is also important to have a coherent regulatory framework, and that's why I have already mentioned RED 3, RED 4, and RED 5. It is also, for my opinion, important to have an infrastructure development when it comes to hydrogen, and in this regard, such a condition can take place by taking advantage not only of the existing infrastructure by repurposing, but also of the adoption of new plans and projects that are currently under construction into the new reality. For instance, FSRU and FSU that we are now building should be hydrogen ready. To conclude, it's now time to speed up. It's now time to speed up. One of the most significant agreements on the sidelight of G20 summit is the India, Middle East, East Europe Economic Corridor, which is seen as a rival to China's Belt and Road Initiative, and it is expected to provide an alternative route for shipments to Europe. But it's time to wrap up, also to the production and also to the infrastructure. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Spyraki. You did raise a number of very interesting topics, and although you'll be doing this job better than me, let me try to summarize a few things that you said. Speed up, speed up, speed up. I understand that there is a need for accelerating things. And another two issues that I understood are pivotal, and I think they will be an underlying factor in our discussion as well, is the need for reforms, for changes, for changes in the regulatory framework. So my understanding is that both on pan-European level, but also on a Greek level, we need to have changes in the regulatory framework and also the need for infrastructure. These, I think, are the key points, and these are the driving factors in our discussions. I don't know if you want to add anything on my conclusion or if I did a good job based on your journalistic standards.
Thank you very much. I don't want to monopolize the discussion, but I would like just to say that it is important, first of all, to focus on specific sectors. It is very, very important to have in mind that it is not a solution which fits for all, first. Second, it is also important to understand that it is time now to start producing and having long-term contracts in terms of predictability of the market. And third, it is time to have a very big success by testing the water during November. If we fail during November, if we cannot send a clear message to the market, then we will lose the momentum.
Okay, so I guess we'll be able to have this discussion once again in November after the auction. So thank you very much for giving us this global/European perspective, and I'd like to move on with the panel discussion and try to focus a tad more on what's happening in our country. So starting with Mr. Grammelis, Mrs. Spyraki underlined the need for changes in the regulatory framework. So what I'd like to ask you is that the shift towards hydrogen and renewable gases is definitely dependent on a number of changes in the regulatory framework, as well as the mindset of the participating parties, and I'm talking about the whole ecosystem here. So how close are we towards this paradigm shift that will allow us to move to the next step?
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. And it's very difficult to talk after Ms. Spiraki because you covered all, Maria. So I think also attending today's day in this conference, I have in mind some keywords which I heard, for example, what is smart? We need smart solutions, we need wise solutions, we need cost-effective solutions, but what you mentioned, we need storage. Especially our country outperforms for renewables integration in the system. And if I am not wrong, it's 11 gigawatt, the installed capacity, and this will be multiplied in order to cover 80% of the needs until 2030. This is a huge amount of power, which needs storage options. And apart from the batteries and electricity, hydrogen is a solution as an energy carrier. And this is the key message also, not only from the European community, but also from the research community, that hydrogen should not be considered as the silver bullet of this, but as a part of the parcel for the solution of the energy market in Europe. As such, for the regulatory framework, now, you know, there are different standards in different countries. We don't have a common framework. And we have to work on that, and we have to try to find out ways in order to formulate common standards and a common framework so that this is regulated in common for all at least for the countries of interest for the hydrogen generation. Towards that purpose, we believe infrastructure. Infrastructure is needed, and as such, for example, in our center, we said it in previous speech, but we try to develop a pilot project on hydrogen. So this pilot project and such infrastructure investments will assist us in order to give knowledge, to have more in-depth knowledge about the whole value chain of hydrogen, and this will assist also to formulate properly the regulatory framework. As concerns the mindset, I think the important word for mindset of the people is cost. Nobody wants to pay more. This is the key message from the European citizens. So what we have to do is to try to find out cost-effective solutions. And in order to do that for hydrogen, which is not all technologies are cost competitive, at least Mr. Kakaras from Mitsubishi will tell us more from the industry that he knows more from the cost. But in this case, we need to develop cost-effective solutions so that people will adapt such technologies in their real life.
Thank you very much. And I really would like to stick to your last note. It's very important for the people themselves to understand and adapt the solutions. And that will lead to the paradigm shift. It might have to do with cost, it might have to do with the other factors, but without the consent of the people, there is no way that we can move forward. So moving the discussion a little bit from hydrogen towards renewable gases, I'd like to move on to Mrs. Bayrami and tap on your experience regarding biogas and gasification. So I'd like to ask you, in what way do you think that these technologies, biogas, gasification, can play an active role in the shift towards the circular economy? It is something that we aim from. It's more or less a holy grail of renewable energy. So how can these technologies be implemented towards the circular economy?
So thank you very much first for the invitation, and congratulations for the good organization of the event. So biogas and advanced gasification are the holistic approach to success the circular economy. Circular economy is the recycling and reuse of materials. Waste is actually reused in those plants, and we produce clear energy, green energy, electricity, thermal energy, or transport fuels, biomethane or green hydrogen too. Through the use of waste such as agricultural waste, municipality waste, industrial waste, we contribute to the reduction of the greenhouse gases emissions. And the second important thing is that we have also a 24/7 production of energy, energy on demand, which is different than the other renewable energy sources. And we can also support, let's say, the creation of new jobs. We support we can end, let's say, the cycle by the urban and rural areas. So we have a holistic approach of the circular economy producing renewable energy gases.
So I keep your last phrase on this one. It's a holistic approach, and that's what really matters. You can't have circular economy which is segmented. You need to have a holistic approach, and I understand that these technologies that you are mentioning do offer
Yes.
this kind of services.
And if I may say, I think the circular economy in this way is the ethical dimension, let's say, of the circular economy.
You can't discuss economy without putting the business into perspective. And you can't, it's very nice to discuss paradigm shifts, framework changes, but you need to have the industry aligned. So moving on to Mr. Kakaras, do you think that the corporations are actively pushing towards increased participation of hydrogen and or renewable gases in the energy mix? Or are we talking about something that will happen 5 or 10 years down the line? Your mic, please.
Use a working one. It's working. So, no need to thank. Thank you very much for having me here. Representing the international industry, I have to build upon the point on circular economy. You know, ourselves in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, we have social responsibility in our credo, and we have committed to decarbonization since 2019. We have announced and we are implementing a program that will bring both Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, as well as Scope 3 to a zero at 2040. And we are doing that because we are going to deliver the technologies for our partners and customers to achieve decarbonization until 2050. So social responsibility comes at first, and that is in the energy business translated into decarbonization. Now, decarbonization for us has three pillars. One is the decarbonization of existing infrastructure, and I think yesterday and today we have heard a lot. The biogas and zero-emission gases is a contribution how you can decarbonize the existing infrastructure. The second pillar is CCUS. Mrs. Spiraki was kind enough to expand a little bit the view of the prevailing position of the European Union in favor of green to introduce a couple of other colors, namely blue or turquoise that are having an equally low carbon footprint. And the third pillar is hydrogen. Now, industry, and not only Mitsubishi Heavy, but other industries, they have done their shares. So we have scale up, for instance, the manufacturing capabilities on electrolyzers. Back in 2018, the world's capacity on manufacturing electrolyzers was 1 gigawatt. Nowadays, it is 130 gigawatt, already announced and committed, and it will roll up to 200, and this is what IEA says, until 2035. So industry is investing. However, the implementation, the FIDs are not on the same pace and are not in all the regions of the world. And Ms. Spiraki was right. It's not only the sectors that will not attract the same priority, but it will be the regions as well. We have regions which are rich in renewable potential, and this will drive the implementation of hydrogen technologies. I think that you are all familiar with the NEOM project in Saudi Arabia. This is the biggest project that has an FID, because we have tenths of projects that are on the paper, on PowerPoint, but they are far from FID. NEOM is one project, and the second largest project in the world, which is under construction, is what we are delivering in Utah, in ACES, where we have the first power to gas to power project in full scale, 800 megawatts, 240 megawatt electrolyzers, underground hydrogen storage, and that in the States. Why in the States? Maria mentioned that already, because in the States we had IRA. IRA was a facilitator for two reasons. First, a clear regulatory framework, and that's what is needed from the regulatory point of view. Clear regulatory framework, level playing field, easy to adapt rules, and a subsidy that is not subject to 100 conditions. I was very delighted to hear that you support the premium. I'm wondering who else in the European Commission is supporting that. And the second issue on the IRA is the added value on the economy. So there are the tax incentives that facilitate to collect all the investments over there, and this is the rivalry we have nowadays. So if we want to make hydrogen a reality also in the European Union, we have to face a couple of facts. One, the European Union has to move to a low cost energy era. You cannot have hydrogen if you have renewable electricity prices at 60, 70, 80, or 150 euros per megawatt hour. This is not the case. It will never work. It will be 10, 12, 14 euros per kilogram. No premium in the world will make it that. First of all, lower energy prices. That means a massive rollout of renewable projects. Second, Maria mentioned that, target the sectors. I just came out from a donors conference on Ukraine. The steel sector is the best candidate for decarbonization. Using DRI for hydrogen will create the demand for using hydrogen in DRI to produce carbon-free billets, carbon-free HBI. It will create the demand for hydrogen. And you have to have demand on hydrogen to justify the infrastructure, which is the third pillar that is needed. Nobody will invest on infrastructure. No politician will sign any infrastructure project if there is no demand on hydrogen. And if we only look into these three conditions in the European market, and also Greece, because Greece is reflects the European market, only under these conditions we will have a hydrogen economy.
Thank you very much. I see you taking note, Mrs. Spiraki, and I think you want to add something to our discussion.
It is very, very interesting discussion. I would like just to add some points which I think that they are useful to have the whole picture. First of all, it is important to wrap up in terms of deploying and producing renewable electricity. And in this regard, the new legislative framework, which must be adopted by the member states by the end of 2025, at last, will be very important. According to the agreement we reached in the red revision, 42.5% of the electricity mixed in the whole EU should become from renewable energy. So it is very important to have this target, and also it is also important, finally, to communicate to all, starting with the local governments and, of course, the national government. But we have to go on with accelerating areas. And by this saying that we have to introduce the places that there will be a very fast track procedure in terms of giving the permissions. The second issue is how can we establish business case in order to have a market. And that's why I fully agree with the representative of the Mitsubishi and my dear friend, but it is also important to facilitate the market by using the legislation. For instance, we have to have a public procurement with green cement or green steel. By this, we will facilitate the industry to get greener. And these are only some tips in order to go on and to ramp up our production. And allow me to repeat, we are not alone in the world. The US, they have IRA. India has a huge production in terms of hydrogen. China has huge installations in terms of electrolyzers. We are not alone.
Thank you very much. And by saying that, you have set up the stage for my next question for Mr. Gramelis. You said, Mrs. Spiraki said, we are not alone. And that means we also need to develop and establish economies of scale. So regulatory sales aside, do you think that is there enough volume to, and also investment appetite, both abroad and I mean on a European level, but also in Greece to create those much needed economies of scale so as for the technologies to move forward?
As mentioned also from the previous speakers, I totally agree that there are a number of factors that you have to take into account in order to go to economies of scale. Cost effectiveness and new projects and investment costs, regulatory framework, all this can compile a solution to move forward. But this will not be, we need fast, but this cannot be fast. We need some time to go ahead. In our case, for Greece, for example, we have some investments announced for a big oil refinery, Motor Oil. They announced a €1 billion project for hydrogen, but this cannot happen immediately. So there is appetite, but there are some restrictions in order to fasten things and go faster than we can do. Just to emphasize what Mr. Kakaras mentioned, if I'm not wrong, there is an IAEA report that was just released, and only 4% of the projects announced have been realized. They have taken a decision for investment, and why this? Because they just wait for the incentives. They don't go ahead due to the high risk, as Professor Kakaras mentioned, the high electricity prices. They cannot drop down costs less than €10 per kilo. So it's very necessary to reduce the renewable prices in order to have also cost-effective solutions for hydrogen production. And then demand has to be created, hard-to-abate sectors, all well said, that you have to meet, the production is well increased, but you have also to meet the demand needs. One last point I would like to mention is about circular economy and biogas. In Greece, we have 115 plants, which equals to, 75 plants, which equals to 115 megawatt electric, which is not a huge amount, but it's a considerable amount for biogas plants. The biggest problem that the people operating the plants that face is the raw material, the substrate. So it's good to hear today from the Minister of Energy that there will be given incentives for biomass collection in forests. And this is due to the wildfires. In order to minimize this effect, they will give money in order to acquire, to collect biomass from the forest and use it. Similar approach should be made also for other waste, for other materials that can be used for this purpose, because this is not only energy projects, they are also environment-friendly projects.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to stick to the motto that we're not alone and move on to Mrs. Bayrami and tap on your international experience as well. So do you think there are lessons learned from abroad that can be applied to the Greek renewable energy sector, and especially in your field of expertise of biogas and gasification? So in other words, following with what Mr. Gramelli said, how can Greece cover the gap with more advanced European countries? And what are the specific challenges our countries facing in order, to step up in these technologies?
Okay. So for sure, Europe is the most advanced market in this sector. We have 20,000 approximately biogas and biomethane plants. 10,000 are in Germany. So Germany, for example, is actually a very good example for us. The Renewable Energy Law Act that came, I think, 2012, it was actually the key for Germany to manage the renewable energy transition. We have also examples, if we stay in Germany, at the moment, we have 800 CNG stations, and 80% of that is working biomethane, let's say. So biogas upgraded to biomethane. If we go to France, at the moment, France is a very power market. We have the development of gasification plants using RDF. Also, if you know the energy company ENGIE, yes, so they have targeted to have to change the gas units, let's say, to 100% biomethane. So they're very ambitious goals there in Europe. And if we stay also in Sweden, maybe we all know that Sweden tries to have a non-fossil, let's say, fleet. So this is also a very ambitious plan. So there are a lot of lessons to learn from our neighbors. So we must import this knowledge and we must implement it here. And to do that, we must raise public awareness, and we must change the consumer behavior.
sorry, but starting with the separation of waste. Because since we discuss about these very innovative projects, it's in terms of Greece innovative project, but it is something that it is common in the other member states. So the very first level, in order to have a business case for producing biomethane, is to have the separation of organics in terms of waste. And this is very, very important to do. And this is very, very easy to do. And sorry for saying the reality, but it is something that we are not doing here in Athens and in my home city, Thessaloniki, the biggest cities we have in Greece. So to start with something is to collect separately the waste. And then we can also have this project, because it's very important to say, but even in Dubai, in COP 2028, we will organize a side event as the European Parliament. I am a member of the representation. We will organize a discussion concerning methane, and one of the most important emitters when it comes to methane, which is one of the most powerful greenhouse gas, is waste. So it is very important to start with small but important steps.
May I say an example to that? A friend of mine, the son of a friend of mine, started studying in Louvain. And the first lesson that they got, it was how we separate the waste, at which days we bring out the waste. So it's very important to educate.
So that is definitely another very interesting topic of discussion. You have the framework, you have the investments, but unless you raise public awareness and unless you educate people that it's something that is vital for them and through them, you cannot go any further. So that could be the topic for next year's conference as well. But I have to move back to the corporate world and move on to Mr. Kakaras and ask him, given what we discussed and given the environment we live in, from a corporate point of view, what are the regulatory but also fiscal prerequisites that will enable and accelerate the shift to a carbon-free future? You did mention a few things in your previous statement, but can we outline them?
Let me. It's always difficult in the industry to propose policy measures. We are not good on that. We are good to implement and execute. But I think there are a couple of things, especially on hydrogen. First of all, we have to understand that carbon neutrality cannot happen without hydrogen. So let's agree into that. Then hydrogen will come at different velocities in different regions. And one important factor will be also energy imports based on hydrogen. Maria mentioned ammonia, which is the prevailing carrier technology, which will help decarbonize marine business. One good example on the recent IMO decisions is the implementation of emission performance standards in other sectors that will allow decarbonization, thus speeding up hydrogen. However, I want to come back once again into the need of targeted premiums for the hydrogen business. We should not invent another generation of feed-in tariffs with hydrogen. We have to subsidize end products, premium in green steel, premium in green cement, that would create the demand. And with a combination of these green premiums and the CBAM, which is a very bold, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is a bold step of the European Commission, we will create the demand for hydrogen. And then after that, we will not need so much money to bridge the funding gap. Maybe we will need less than $3 per kilogram as a premium from hydrogen. But what Europe needs to do is invest into infrastructure. Germany announced 1,800 kilometers of dedicated hydrogen pipeline. We have to, in the UK, for example, there is a discussion now of a pipeline to export hydrogen to continental Europe. The same is happening now from Norway. So this infrastructure, this is the big chunk of public investment that needs to be implemented, and it will be implemented obviously in the next decade to facilitate the moving towards the hydrogen economy. So premiums, selective end-use cases and selective production locations and infrastructure creation. These are the three prerequisites to have our hydrogen economy at the end of the day.
Once again, I see Mrs. Spiraki looking at me and ready to comment.
Yes, first of all, on the premium issue, I think that, and I insist on this, I think that at the very first level, we have to send a very clear message to the markets when it comes to the testing waters during November. So we have to give the premium, which is at least equal with the US premium, in order to have a real success. Secondly, of course, I fully agree with you, since we have a real and competitive markets in terms of hydrogen, then maybe the premiums could be less and less until the market finally works. The issue of the sectorial approach is also my case, and I fully agree with you. I would like to take a distance when it comes to the very dedicated infrastructure of hydrogen before the market works. Because I think that the very first level, we have to repurpose the existing infrastructure. We have to make all of them hydrogen ready, including the parts of the infrastructure that they are now under construction, and then we can go on with dedicated infrastructure. And of course, I think that the preferable way, but it's not my case to do it, it is the scientific case and in the industry case, is to prefer maybe the electricity grids, which is much more affordable, and in case of using, it is also a way that we can manage it. But it remains to be seen, according to the Hydrogen Europe, we need at least 16 billions in order to have the hydrogen backbone. And at first, it will come from public money. So it is a big bet, and we have to make this issue step by step by considering every each time how much money we need.
So before opening the floor for maybe one or two questions, just a very, very short question from me. On a scale of 1 to 10, and I'm looking for a one-word answer, how optimistic are you on our course towards a carbon-free future? Starting with
11. It will not happen otherwise. It will not happen. The commitment of the society is immense. Once again, coming from a big corporation, social responsibility means listening to what the society needs. And the society has made the choice. And we have to deliver according to the choices of the society. I don't think that there is a way back from decarbonization. The minister mentioned about the damages and the impact of the climate change. If you look into the insurance premia, it's the same thing. There is no go back. Therefore, carbon neutrality will happen. And I'm absolutely positive about that.
Do you share the same optimism as Spiraki?
Well, it is a very difficult day as well. It's not the only one we live during this summer and autumn. So it is important to understand that climate crisis is here, and we have to tackle it as fast as possible by using all the available instruments. And by this, I'm not so optimistic for the pace, but I still insist that it is the only way. And we have to invest heavily on this, heavily on hydrogen production and innovative technologies, heavily on circular economy and biogases, heavily on giving the researchers the proper resources in order to have innovative solutions and in order to speed up.
Mrs. Bayrami?
So we hear the European regulations, and this is the driving force. So we must follow. This is in one-way direction. We must achieve.
So I guess you share the optimism. And last but not least, Mr. Ramelis?
I stick to the last phrase of Ms. Spiraki about innovation. And we have to give resources and sources and money and whatever incentives we can do both to the research communities but also to the industry in order to have these cost-effective solutions. And it is true that this cannot be done fast, but it has to be right away in order to face all the challenges for the energy market.
And we have 2.5 minutes at our disposal, so maybe one or two questions from the audience. Mr. President?
Okay, I'm very happy that we have this panel here. And well, I don't know if I'm happy, I'm optimistic, I'm pessimistic, or I'm disappointed or angry. What I mean, I mentioned when I started this symposium a couple of numbers. So just to rephrase them or remind you, 1.4 trillion globally are invested in fossil fuels. And this is for G20 only, and this is for 2021. 1.4 trillion, 265 billion or renewables, only for G20. For Europe, the average for the 7 last years was 52 billions on fossil fuels and 73 billions on renewables. Okay, we are better. Okay, somebody says that we carbon tax. For G20, the average carbon tax for a ton of CO2 is $3.2. This is a joke. We think that everybody said that we need to speed up. We don't only have to speed up, we have to run with light fires and the light speed. And that is what is a huge question for me, because I hear what Maria says and the European policies, okay, blah, 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 blah. But as some two ministers, both of ministers today said, Europe is a huge ship and it takes a long time to turn. Well, how can we speed up when we are the Titanic and it's going to take us, I don't know, decades? Mr. Kakas says something very clever. If you want hydrogen to be in our European energy economy, we need low energy prices. But to subsidize every day the high prices which are imposed practically by gas and oil. Okay, mainly gas. Let's say that we have decided to forget coal. This is a very strange mix. And of course, to top it up, we are asked to pay costs for climate adaptation only in Greece and only for Thessaly. It's going to be more than 2 billions only for Thessaly, while for Tadia, the price will be, I don't know, it's uncountable. So, of course, this money will be taken out of our budget and could be driven for, funding renewables or whatever. So this is a very tricky case. And I don't know, in my point of view, we need, because I make this question in the panel before, in my point of view, we need policy leaders that will be very stubborn and the message will be extremely clear. No subsidization to anything else but green technologies, period.
If I may, as a politician and not as a member of the European Parliament, allow me to say that the legal framework is already ready. And the case is not only to adapt the text in the national legislation, but also to implement. And now let me send you the question back. Are you ready to put some pressure to the Greek authorities in order to proceed with an acceleration on designating accelerating areas? How long will it take? Because since we have accelerating areas, which is the areas that we can proceed with fast-track procedure in terms of permission, then we will have the deployment of renewables that we need. And since we have a lot of renewables, and since we communicate and raise awareness, as the lady has already said on the issue of the citizens, then we have the public acceptation of the accelerating areas of the deployment of renewables. And since then we will have cheap energy, which is the case. So first of all, it's the political will. How long will it take? Since it takes 3 years or 4 years in order to have the accelerated areas, then we will lose the train. You are absolutely right. But when there is a will, there is a way. And it's not my word, it's Churchill, of course.
And with this one, I'd like to thank all the participants for the very insightful and, may I say, heated, but in a good sense, discussion. And hopefully we will find our will and we will find our way in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the great second day for the conference. I will welcome all of you tomorrow to the third day of the 8th Symposium of the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics. Thank you all and good night. Εσύ θα αρχίσεις.